Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear esteemed guests, fantastic company we have here today in the library of the University of Wrocław. I would like to welcome you all to the Go Global From Excellence to Recognition, Building Global Impact of Polish Higher Education, the international conference that is organized by the University of Wrocław under the Honorary Patronage of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. My name is Anna Juras, and I will have a pleasure to be your host and your MC for today and tomorrow. Very good morning, everyone. Dzień dobry. Now, before we begin, I would like to ask you a small question. Think about the last time when you looked at a map, not a map on GPS, but an actual map. The one where you can see all at once where you are, when you want to go, and how many different routes lead to a point of your destination. And that is exactly where the Polish higher education stands right now. We all know where we are, we all know where we want to go, but the question, and the real question, is which path should we take to get to the point of our destiny and destination? How do we move from excellence to recognition, from excellence that is felt to excellence that is seen, from impact that exists to impact that is recognized, from institutions that we are proud of to institutions that the world reaches for? That's a very tough question. So I would like everyone to join me in this journey for 2 days of international, inspirational, deep, ambitious, but also sometimes inconvenient conversations about the future of Polish and not only higher education. But before we set off, I would like to welcome everyone and acknowledge the remarkable company that we are here today. I would like to welcome especially the representative of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Mr. Director of the Department of Science, Krzysztof Bakuła. Thank you, Mr. Director, that you are here with us. It's a clear symbol that the aspirations of Polish universities are shared and seen at the highest level of national educational policy. I'm very glad that we have here rectors and vice-rectors of the 10 best Polish research universities. Thank you very much for coming here and to your willingness to share with us not only your thoughts, but also your biases, problems, and exchange your ideas and examples. That's absolutely priceless for us. Thank you for your presence. We are very delighted to welcome here the representatives of international academic community, our friends from Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Estonia, Lithuania, North Macedonia, and so many other countries. It means that our university and our environment connects to a much wider world. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to welcome particularly warm our friends, specialists and experts for international institutions, QS, Clarivate, Elsevier, Nature Springer, and so many other institutions. You are the signposts of our journey, and I hope that you will help us to read the road more clearly. We welcome all representatives of national institutions and organizations that build and support the ecosystem of Polish higher education. National Science Center, National Center of Research and Development, National Agency of the Academic Exchange, National Foundation for Education System, Łukasiewicz Network Center, and so many others. You are the infrastructure of the journey. Thank you for being here with us. And welcome all our guests, friends, and partners, because every journey needs fellow travelers who will join us on this very much ambitious expedition towards the excellence and recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, the road is already seen that we have to come together. The road begins, but at the first, I would like to ask a word from the Mr. Director of the Ministry, of Science and Higher Education, Mr. Krzysztof Bakuła. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear magnificent rectors, vice-rectors, dear professors, honored guests. I send you warm regards from Minister Karolina Zieło-Pużuk, who cannot attend today in conference due to urgent responsibilities. And due to this fact, I'm very glad that I can be here. I will say you a few words from Ministry's speech. The conference explored the theme from excellence to recognition building, global impact of Polish higher education, an issue closely linked to the objective of Research University Excellence Initiative program called EDUP, which is launched by Ministry of Science and Higher Education in 2020. Raising the profile of Polish universities globally lays at the core of the EDUP program's objective. The aim of Research University Excellence program is to select and support 10 state universities that will strive to achieve the research university status and that will seek to compete with the best research centers in Europe and in the world. The EDUP program constitutes a significant national investment in the development of top Polish universities. The financial support granted under the first edition of EDUP program, covering the years 2020-2026, amounts to around 500 million zlotys each year. The implementation of EDUP program so far has proven that top Polish universities are mine of academic excellence and innovativeness. With tremendous potential of international success, the question remains how best to translate the existing regional and national excellence into global visibility. In 2025, Ministry appointed a new international team of experts for the EDUP program and hosted the 5th Progress Review Conference of the university participating in this initiative, as well as for those arising to join the 2nd edition of the program. The conference provided a fit platform to discuss some of issues and more dialogue on the matter is needed today. Currently, as the 1st edition of the EDUP program draws to a close, we are fast approaching the next EDUP milestones, the final evaluation of the 1st edition program and the result on ongoing 2nd edition, as well as expert assessment of the current top 10's new plan for the next program period. The process of evaluating the current EDUP edition and assessing both a new proposal and the applications submitted by the runners-up and the newcomers is a daunting task. I hope this conference is a great chance to find last inspirations to improve your applications. Overall, the implementation of EDUP program improves the state public science based in Poland by, amongst other, enhancing the quality of research and education at the best Polish universities and by helping attract and retain foreign and domestic talent thanks to the introduction of more favorable work conditions, career opportunities and staff development initiatives at the EDUP universities. That includes support for early career researchers and other employees. EDUP program boosts the process of internationalization of Polish science by allowing for a more vital staff and change and mobility. EDUP program also provides extra funds for top universities to develop and improve their linkage to business and to redefine and strengthen their role in the innovation ecosystem. Today's conference agenda foreseen 4 stimulating panels. The first one focuses on internationalization strategies, keep maps for reaching global excellence and visibility. The second panel will address the issue of global ranking and metrics. And the third one will explore the topics of drivers of success in those rankings. Although the rankings results are not the goal of the IDUP program, they may prove a useful tool in assessing the impact of program long term. And they remain an important factor in academic diplomacy. Finally, the fourth panel planned today will open discussion on universities' pathway to excellence. All these topics are important for university development and visibility. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful discussion during conference panel. Your voice is key for policymakers, as your input and feedback contribute to landscape of the policies shaped at the Ministry of the Benefit of the Polish Science and Higher Education. Congratulations to University of Wrocław for preparation this important conference and providing a platform for all top Polish universities to exchange your ideas in this very hardworking year where the key decisions about IDUP will be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director, for such important words and reminding us that everything what we do in IDUP and also in research universities goes much far beyond the actual walls of this library. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this. She did not ask for, for permission. She didn't ask for perfect moment or perfect conditions. She just looked at the world and the university and she said, let's do it. She created an international strategy that became a model on the European level. Under her leadership, the University of Wrocław has joined prestigious Arcus European University Alliance and Nobel Coimbra Group. And this year, she earned the title of Star of Internationalization 2026. But titles don't say the whole story, ladies and gentlemen, so please I will say something I know personally. She's the kind of leader that makes you believe that impossible is only something that is not done yet. She's my mentor, my inspiration, and my master. So please put your hands together, make a big applause for Vice-Rector for Internationalization of the University of Wrocław, Professor Patrycja Matusz.
This is my team. She made me speechless, so I don't know what to say, but I say good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I look at this room, I see friends, colleagues, and new friends coming from different directions who are about to start the conversation about the same question that we are going to ask together. The question is very simple. How do we make Polish higher education institution truly global? Not visible for a moment, not ranked for a season, but durably present in the networks that matter, in the conversation that shape policy, and I truly believe that we can still shape the policy around the IDUP program, which is for many universities in Poland so important, and I believe we have achieved a lot in the last 6 years. For me personally, the 6 years has been a wonderful journey, and I'm so proud of many researchers, young scholars in the University of Wrocław who, thanks to the program, were able to do incredible things. Go Global was born from the conviction, a conviction that excellence on its own, it's not enough. That recognition must be built deliberately, strategically, and mostly together. That Poland has the talent, ambition, and increasingly the momentum, but of course the momentum needs the direction. Anya already said that we are going to study the map, and the old-fashioned map, not the GPS one. This is what we are here, not to celebrate what we have already achieved. However, as I said, I'm proud of so many researchers from my own university, and I'm very proud that the 10 EDUP universities has started the real network and cooperation and very open and friendly dialogue, not about successes, but also about our failures and things that we can do better. But we are here to ask honestly and without the comfort the question, what comes next? What does internationalization look like, and what it goes beyond mobility and numbers and rankings? I know that we are going to speak about the rankings, which are so important and which are the subject of discussions among all higher education institutions. But as I said yesterday during our dinner, internationalization is for me about the emotions, partnerships, networks. So I believe that we are going beyond the numbers and beyond the rankings, and we are going to speak about the networks. But the question is, what does it mean for the Polish universities to have a global impact, and what would it take to get there? Maybe we are there already, I don't know, but we have so many international experts in this room, so I hope I'm going to get the answer to all these questions. Of course, these are not the easy questions, but I think that they are the right ones, and I believe that people in this room, as I said, the excellent experts from the international institutions and from the universities from Poland and Europe and beyond, are able to share their experiences. Over the next 2 days, we will look beyond the numbers, and I hope we are going to collect the answers, and my way of dealing with the conferences is to come up with the policy brief afterwards, to send it to different policy makers and to say, these are our conclusions, and that's what we are going to fight for. We will hear from the universities already on the road and from the institutions that have been further down the road for a longer time. We will disagree, perhaps, and that is exactly how the discussion should look like. The best roads are rarely the ones everyone agree on immediately. I truly believe Polish higher education stands at the turning point, and the question is not whether to go global, because I think we all want to go global, but the decision in many ways, because the decision in many ways has been already taken. The question is how to do it, with what strategy and with what partners, which is in the contemporary global politics a very tough questions. I think that what understanding of the global truly means for the institution rooted in particularly place, in particular language, and in particular history, and in very particular ambition. So that's the main point we are going to explore, but I believe that with so many excellent experts, there are many other questions to be asked. So please let me to conclude with welcome to Poland, welcome to Wrocław, and go global. I wish you a great day. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, every great journey begins with unfolding the map. So I will ask you to join me to the first panel of the conference, Internationalization Strategy. The moderating of this panel is Dorothy Kelly, professor at the University of Granada former vice-rector for internationalization and coordinator of the Arcus European University Alliance. Dorothy, welcome to the podium. Joining her will be Małgorzata Jakobs-Kozyra, science diplomat and international research cooperation architect at the National Science Center. Małgorzata Lewandowska, materials scientist and Stanford top 2% most cited researchers from Warsaw University of Technology. Professor Marek Gorgoń, Vice-Rector of Science at AGH University of Krakow, whose algorithms run in some of the most advanced physics experiments in the world. And Diana Pustuła, International Research Strategist at the University of Warsaw and one of the sharpest navigators of European University Alliance. Welcome. So now, Dorothy, unfold the map for us, please.
Thank you very much, Anya. Thank you all. I would like to start with just a few words of thanks to the organizers. Thank you very much for the invitation to join you today at this important and interesting event. It's always a pleasure to come to Wrocław. It's always a pleasure to meet with friends and colleagues. And of course, very special thanks go to Vice-Rector Matusz, Patricia, a dear friend, and can I fully endorse Anna's words. Impossible is not in Patricia's vocabulary. And I think it's really good that impossible should not be in our vocabulary. That's exactly what roadmaps are all about. Yeah. I'm not sure how far we're going to get with unfolding the map right now, but we're going to start. So an enormous pleasure to be here, an enormous pleasure to share this event with you and to learn about what is evolving on the Polish landscape, because we're all in this together, and I think that is particularly important. It is a rather daunting task to open this important event, and to open this important event as an outsider. So a small disclaimer, I come, of course, with an external perspective, with a very great interest in hearing your national perspectives on what is happening. I always feel there's a little bit of a paradox about national strategies for internationalization. And there are tensions there. Yeah? We're clearly at a very important turning point milestone for this excellence initiative in the Polish context. So it's a very appropriate time to hold this event. And from my external perspectives, can I say I'm particularly interested in the various different synergies. So the synergies between the different levels. So we have European strategies, we have national strategies, we have institutional strategies, we have network strategies, and I believe that these do not always necessarily sit happily together. So we need to find the synergies, but we also need to be aware of the tensions. I believe that this is also the case when we look at universities as very complex institutions. So we all know we have three major missions: education, research, societal engagement, social responsibility. And I'm not sure we're always very good at finding the synergies between those three major missions. And again, our international strategy needs to address all of these various different issues. So I think that is also interesting. And I'm very interested also in the synergies between the various different instruments which have appeared on the scene in recent years, almost coinciding with the Polish initiative 6 years ago. So, for example, and I think importantly, the European Universities Initiative and the role of the alliances in also pushing forward this global strategy. So this is a first panel. We think that a lot of the issues that we're going to address here will be an introduction to later panels and issues that will be looked at in much, much greater detail later on. That said, the panelists are the specialists, so I'm only here to guide and ask questions. And I was going to introduce the panelists, but in fact, Anna has already done so. So if, with your permission, I think we can move straight into straight into the discussion. I think we have an expert panel here to address the general issues. So let's start with the starting point. Let's start with the EDUB program. You've all been actively involved in the program in different roles, of course. And what I would like to do, just as a first round to start the conversation going, is to ask each of you to reflect briefly on what the program has meant for your institution, university, or for the system, the National Science Centre, from the various different perspectives. So we'll just do a first round of these introductory words. And I would like to start, please, Małgorzata, with you from a systemic perspective from the National Science Centre.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dorota. Good morning, everyone. So to answer this question, I took a broad look at the full list of priority research areas, Polish priorytetowe obszary badawcze, of all 10 EDUB universities, translating them into NCN panel classifications. For this purpose, I compared data from 2011 to 2019, and then with data from 2020 to 26. Interestingly, I had expected to see an overall increase in the success rate. To my surprise, and this will be shocking, however, the cumulative success rate within priority areas across all 10 EDUB universities actually declined in NCN competitions, dropping from 27% to 20%. There may be, of course, several possible factors and circumstances behind this decrease. The pivotal moment when EDUB begins coincides with slowdown in NCN funding, increased application activity also from smaller institutions, changing in funding portfolio, increased value of each grant, so grant become more expensive, and restrictions in funding regulations from NCN, and general decline in the overall NCN success rate, which dropped sharply, by the way, after 2020 to around 14%. Now, what is particularly striking, however, is that the same universities, 10 EDUB universities, and the same priority research areas performed exponentially better in NCN international competitions. Up to 2019, so before EDUB start, they achieved a success rate of approximately 14% in international competition, while in the years 2020 to 26, this went up to over 24%. So it's 10% increase. This is huge. So the similar pattern can be observed in Miniatura. This is a seed grant or grant for a grant, where the success rate from your universities increased from 35% to 42%. So a significant success. So one might cautiously, very carefully suggest, and you are likely in the best position to assess this, that EDUB universities may have already capitalized on the most accessible domestic funding opportunities like Opus, Sonata, Preludium, a low-hanging fruit for you, yes? And reaching a certain level of saturation, which is good. The saturation of national grants is good, giving you a strong basis to go further, while increasingly reaching for and shifting toward intensive, highly successful, ambitious international collaboration. And this is clearly can be seen in the digits in the statistics. A sign of recognition, excellence, and leadership for you, colleagues. EDUB universities are not only competitive in acquisition of international funding, but also in attraction of foreign researchers and increased mobility. For example, University of Wrocław, that is kindly hosting us today, is a member of ARCUS and EDUB, initiatives that intensify and complementarily both international collaboration and mobility. So the increase on both complementary levels. So this transition, and this is the last point that I would like to highlight, to excellence universities appears to have been supported at many levels and show a success model of responsible internationalization of research and education through the lens of NCN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's from a systemic perspective with some data, some very interesting data, which I imagine our fellow panelists would now like also to comment on. So I would like to ask each of you in turn, starting perhaps Marek with you. What has the EDUP program meant for your institution, for your institution's internationalization strategy? In what way has it been a catalyst for change? And how would you react to those overall data that we've just heard also?
Morning, everyone. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you, Wrocław University, for such a nice opportunity to be here and to talk about the IDUP. I think IDUP, first of all, is a big competition between 10 universities. We started with our applications, and then we, during the last 6 years, worked very hard to make a progress, and it is a key point. And I think it was one of the initiatives which, in a national scale, was very important. Because if you compare the period before, yes, we make progress, a development, but the competition strengthens this progress very much. If you have a look to the indicators, not only the grand indicators, but scientific articles and other publication indicators, you can find that there is a big difference in the gradient of growth between the 10th university, most of them, I would say, and other institutions in Poland. So I hope, I believe, we'll see that also the evaluation of the institutions and the scientific disciplines, which is now ongoing, we also prove that IDUP and the candidates to the IDUP made a big progress. But it is one side of the story. Of course, we got some additional money, and we would like to spend this money in a very reasonable way. Our goal at the HGH University of Kraków was to strengthen the quality in broad sense. So I think science, it is a thing which is very particular, and it is most recognized in the world. However, education, culture of the institution, it was strengthened very much during the EDUP conferences. And of course, cooperation. And finally, the topic of today's meeting, the internationalization, all very important aspects. We have to balance between them at our internal politics. And of course, we have to find a way how to make the investment such a way that it gives us a maximal growth. So in our case, we just split the resources from EDUP into parts. One, it was a direct support for some initiatives, but most of them, I would say 70%, was shared in a competitive way. So it was a lot of internal competition. In our case, we got 30 actions, and in these 30 actions, we have 134 calls for internal competitions. And finally, we received nearly 18,000 applications from the community, from individuals and from the scientific teams, research groups, and so on. And we have a success ratio very high, much higher than in the NCN, of course. But it was a kind of a support for our groups. It was on a level from 30 to sometimes even 70% of the success rate. Yes, so we are very happy to share, and the groups at our university had the benefit from this. But on the other hand, in any action, we ask just to make a top 10 publication, or at least first quartile of Scopus of Web of Science. Then make an application. You will be successful or not. but make an application for a grant. Yes, and this was a rule, and this rule worked very well during this period. And finally, if we are talking about the success rate of the grants, which is higher, it is because we have more and more application, more and more quality, more and more better, high-ranked journal articles. And finally, we hope in future more citation and more international recognition, because it is maybe one of the hardest process. Just not, someone can ask, why we are still at the, I don't know, we are not in the first 500 of the international ranks. Why? Why? It is a process. It should start from internal rebuilding, reshape of the university inside. And then it gives fruits as international recognition after some time. So we need continual investment. We need just a balance between a competition and cooperation, which is for me very important, because I feel that this first 6 years of the IDUP program, it was mostly competition. We have to strengthen the cooperation between the stands and the candidates and so much. So it is a problem that the competition is very fruitful, but in somehow the balance is very necessary. So it is my first message about the IDUP at all.
Thank you very much. I think some very interesting reflections there, and reflections that come into play when we speak about internationalization strategies in general. And I think this tension between competition and cooperation is a particularly interesting tension. It reminds me a little of the European University Alliances, which were competitive calls at the beginning, but in fact, the program has generated a huge amount of cooperation, not just within alliances, but across alliances. And I think this event is also a very, very good example of cooperation across the IDUP program, however much it started, and sounds like it will continue with a competitive approach. So I think that very, very interesting elements there, and of course also how to effect internal change on the coattails of a national program. Mazorata, you have been leading the program at your university, the Warsaw University of Technology. How would you see the program's impact on your institution?
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, University of Wrocław, for organizing this fantastic conference. I will maybe concentrate of internationalization, because this is the topic of the panel. And I have to say at the beginning that at Warsaw University of Technology, we always considered internationalization as a tool for institutional development, to enhance our quality of both research and education activities. So, in this context, IDUP program, IDUP initiative served us as a catalyst for changing in these strategic directions. And the program facilitated to implement various into finance, of course, various initiatives to strengthen our internationalization, or to enhance our internationalization. Especially the IDUP program helped us to move from very fragmented activities, usually previously at the faculty level, or even at the level of individual scientists, to more coordinated and more strategic approach. Thanks to IDUP, we were able to design several programs that addressed some, let's say, our weaknesses in internationalization. We could, for example, attract very promising doctoral candidates. We could employ promising postdoctoral fellows at the university. We could invite top professors, top scientists to take part in our teaching activities, especially at the doctoral level. And I think that without EDUP funding, it would not be possible. We could also increase our international mobility, so sending our staff abroad to initiate the collaboration with research institutions. And of course, we were also able to build strong and long-term partnerships with other research institutions. And of course, the flagship examples of our participation in the University Alliance Enhanced Consortium, which initially gathered actually 7, I would say, best European technical university. Now the consortium expanded. It consists of 10 institutions. Also, initially in the consortium was only one Polish institution, my university, that during the program we invited Politechnika Gdańska to join the consortium. Of course, the consortium was also expanded by 2 other European universities, not only Polish ones. And collaboration with these institutions have a crucial impact on our education and staff development, especially administration staff development. But we also had some activities in innovation to strengthen our innovation activities. I would also say that EDUP program acted as a catalyst also for organizational and cultural changes. Since we attracted a lot of international staff, PhD students, and also researchers, this required the change in the administration and in our mindset. Yeah, we had to become more English friendly, for example, right? And now in official communication, there are 2 languages. And in some groups, English is the working language. Of course, not at the whole university. Of course not. This is not possible. I would also say that an important aspect of our international strategy was active active participation in international research projects. And actually, we doubled the number of international research projects carried out at the university, and even tripled the research projects which are, let's say, coordinated by us. These are not only the European projects, but also projects financed by national agencies like NCN or NCBR, Polish National Science Center of National Center for Research and Development, which proved us that the university is able to manage such a big, complicated international projects, and it also and also what is important, and I think that in part it is the result of EDUP project, because similarly to AGH University, we also spent money in a competitive way, teaching our staff how to apply for project, and this resulted in the increase of the active academic staff in terms of project applications. This might explain why we were also successful in this context in the programs run by National Science Center. Well, so that's maybe enough for the beginning.
Thank you very much. So I think, again, some very interesting reflections there on how, when international cooperation arises spontaneously, we have a very fragmented approach. Whereas if we have a strategy, then we have a much more intentional process. And I think of the definition of internationalization from the European Parliament report in 2015, one of whose authors is in the room with us, Laura, where internationalization is defined as an intentional process affecting all the missions of the university for the enhancement of quality for all. And I think that that's very, very interesting and fits in extremely well with what you were saying. I also think an interesting point that perhaps we will come back to is the change in mindset. How opening up to international researchers, students, PhD candidates changes our institutions internally very, very clearly. And I think that's, again, a very interesting impact. And we turn now to Diana. Apologies for the pronunciation, the University of Warsaw. Diana, I'm particularly interested in your case. Of course, EDUP is a catalyst for change. You're also the Deputy Secretary General of the Alliance, of the 4EU Plus Alliance, which the University of Warsaw participates in. So I wonder the impact, the catalyst for change of this program, but also the synergies with other initiatives.
Yes, thank you. I would gladly disagree with my predecessors to make the discussion more lively, but I think we all agree that internationalization is a very complex and multifaceted process that actually that does not bring the low-hanging fruits overnight, or even those high-hanging fruits in a long term. It's a very difficult process that we need to face, and it requires actually an integrated approach to be embedded in the university general development strategy and to become one of its backbones. And in that sense, I would like to present the University of Warsaw holistic approach to internationalization as one of the building blocks to unlock the university research potential as the institution, and the research potential of individual researchers that actually on a daily basis contribute to the university growth and development. In that sense, the internationalization strategy at the University of Warsaw, it supports building its potential within the so-called knowledge square. So we do believe it contributes both to research, teaching, innovation, and outreach. And as you know, EDUP it's not a standalone program that will do all the jobs for us. Though it's a very important program due to its scale. We take it as one of those building blocks that contribute to the internationalization strategy of the University of Warsaw, and as a horizontal program, which is a very important factor of this initiative, it allows us also to connect very different university policies, strategies, program generating the so much needed synergy effect. And how we do it? We do it through the research portfolio of actions, through internationalization of research and the research environment. Not only the research itself, but the research environment will take it as an equally important component. And to build the so-called culture of excellence we believe in, based on the best practices, international standards implemented at the local scale. For the University of Warsaw, it means in particular that we build on our strengths coming from coherent approach to sustainable development. It's based on the well-connected, multi-annual framework of strategic programs that are running at the University of Warsaw for the last decades, actually, helping to address and tackle the biggest challenges that we face in the development on the daily basis. And that, therefore, becoming the key building block and one of the stepping stones to the excellence in research, education, and innovation. The steadily growing numbers of internationalization in the group of students, PhD students and staff, the expansion, because we really can talk about expansion of international research collaboration at the University of Warsaw, translating into the growing number of international research grants. This is really a revolution at the University of Warsaw. I'll give you the number in the later stage. International publications, international mobility, including virtual mobility, growing number of innovative study programs in English, and building the research potential based on the research infrastructure, including its modernization, and the modernization also of the management processes, including also the research support system, building attractive working conditions for researchers from abroad, which is all deeply rooted, not just in the EDUP as a program. We build on our previous programs and strategies that brings this synergy effect with this very welcome effect. So we started with the implementation of strategic investment plan based on the multi-annual governmental program 2016-2025 for development and modernization of university infrastructure. We cannot do research without modern infrastructure, and we cannot do it if we are not an appealing and an attractive working and studying place for students and researchers. So we invested not only in the research infrastructure as such, but also in the research environment, including student dormitories. We also introduced common standards and provide adequate studying and working conditions. The last goal has been also supported, in addition, since 2016 already, via HR strategy for researchers, as University of Warsaw is a HR Excellence in Research Award holder, and it's something that it's a duty and it's a privilege. And we want to also support with different actions, coordinated and interwoven with the EDUP program. So we have introduced the open, transparent, merit-based recruitment processes, individual research career support system through training, mentoring, coaching, and also the combined with actions of supporting organizational culture and management. Like the Green University, so we go global here, but the University of Warsaw go green, which is also very important. Through the welcome point, so to take care of students, influx from abroad coming to the University of Warsaw, or through the volunteer center. So excelling teaching quality via integrated development program, which was the biggest comprehensive program to improve the quality of education with the research-based approach, very important for us, strengthening the skills and competences of students via innovative pedagogies and program, and making the number of programs in English, actually the number of programs doubled with embedded mobility component. We would also say that 4U Plus University Alliance was also a game changer for us. I think in terms of prestige, because we are in a very good company here, also with the Charles University in Prague. So it brought actually the new quality in cooperation. It's an absolute game changer. We would not find this kind of cooperation anywhere else. It's a totally new quality. So we do cooperate in research-based education, in research and in outreach. So we prepared the joint educational offer. Obviously, the ultimate goal would be the joint European diploma. Now we are the European degree label and in the Erasmus Mundus joint master programs. We have also developed a 4U Plus Virtual Center for Innovative and Digital Teaching and Learning, which is also an important component a kind of glue showing some synergies between research and innovation. We have also launched the Seed4U Plus funding for the grants for grants to start international cooperation and visiting professorships. And last but not least is the EDUP program that we believe that is contributing to all those policies and programs that the University of Warsaw has in place, and it works as a glue and as a missing puzzle, as something that interconnects all those previously maybe not so well connected policies and programs. Now it seems like everything come into place. So we believe that the development of strategy of the university as such has been backed by EDUP program on many levels. And it does help us to build the position of the university in the world science. I will only mention few actions that we believe do contribute to the internationalization strategy also at the local level through the system of microgrants and in also supporting the international mobility as such at the University of Warsaw with targeted action to enhance the international mobility within the 4U Plus Alliance. So it was and also with the microgrants and the states of 80 international recognized researchers coming to the University of Warsaw to give the opportunity to students and staff to actually get in closer contact with them. And we believe that for this very strategy and also for the visibility of university, the intensification and nurturing the international collaboration is the key word here. So we think that definitely we cannot even imagine University of Warsaw for the next 6 years without the next IDUB 2.0 program as a conclusion.
Thank you, Diana. I think a lot of issues there on the table, a lot of issues to reflect about. I know other panels will be discussing just how to measure success, so rankings, figures, indicators, and so on. So I'll perhaps not go into that right now because it'll be dealt with a little bit later on. I find very, very interesting that two of you, or perhaps all of you, in fact, have mentioned staff development and how a change in our institutional cultures comes through this change in how our staff work. And also, of course, making our institutions more attractive in so many different ways. Student dorms you were talking about, but you were also talking about human resource policies, attractive careers being a major, major issue, of course, also for internationalization strategies. But I'd like to move on perhaps to this whole idea of holistic approaches. So different building blocks moving in the same direction, the same roadmap. And I'm very aware that currently here in Poland there is a national strategy for internationalization under development. And I'd like to come back to you, Małgorzata, because I know you've been participating as part of the advisory panel in that development. And of course, from the perspective of the National Science Centre, you will be looking more specifically at the vision for the internationalization of research. But maybe perhaps in a slightly more general approach also. You could just tell us a little bit about how that work is advancing.
Yes. Thank you very much for the question. And before I present you some highlights from the strategy, national strategy for internationalization, I would love to stress that the strategy is already living before it has been written. So congratulations, because the points you stress, they are literally put down into the strategy, and I'm happy to see that it's working before the strategy comes to force. So first of all, this new strategy is a horizontal document by nature. It creates a framework for synergy between existing practices, as we heard, and areas where internationalization process can be or should be further improved. It serves to motivate, to guide you, and also to oblige many actors in our ecosystem. But importantly, And these three levels, to motivate, to guide, and to oblige, these three levels of activation are not directed solely at universities and units, research units, but also extend to the central level, including ministries, government agencies, and other national institutions and players. But it is also important to stress, in the context of internationalization, having a lot of troubles last year's, previous years with, for example, visum. This document has a synergetic approach with existing legal documents. And it addresses selected but significant and pressing issues in the Polish science and higher education system, such as growing relevance and growing change need for free flow of knowledge, talent mobility, academic collaboration, readiness to react to global grand challenges, response to the needs of labor market, because at the universities you are feeding basically the labor market with your students. And these areas, within these areas and more, the strategy recommends actions both at central and institutional level. Now, how many goals are there? There are 4 goals. The first one is internationalization of research and research area. The second goal of the strategy is internationalization of academic community. And you already your responses just was a best testimony for this. So capacity building, visibility, attractiveness of Polish research institutions in the world. The third goal is dissemination of international experience among all members of the academic community. And I'm particularly happy to have heard that not only researchers and students are subject to internationalization, but also the administrative and management level as well. And the last goal, fourth goal, internationalization of educational processes and curriculum, as well as the development of innovative and digital forms of education and mobility, green universities. So this, what you said, is a great example of already achieving of some of the goals. Now, the strategy defines internationalization as a pathway toward achieving strategic objectives for Poland as a country. And these are 3 in the context of internationalization. Improving by 2035, so this is the time period of the ambition. Improving the quality of higher education and research conducted in Poland. Second, increasing Poland's influence on the creation of new knowledge. And a third one, establishing Poland as a leader in European transformation processes. Now, how to achieve that? So the strategy seeks to find indicators to monitor these achievements in order to strengthen or to achieve the objectives and strengthen the whole landscape. And here I would like to quote some mechanisms that are recommended by the strategy. Increasing the number of ERC grants, increasing the number of publications in top 10 of most highly cited works, increasing the share of higher education and research institutions participating, for example, in framework programs or European grants. Additionally, increasing the percentage of international doctoral candidates. And at the central level, primarily increasing funding for strategic internationalization programs through NCN and NAVA, for example, including support for the establishment of international research agendas known as MAPs in Poland, MAB, and developing a Polish research security policy, which is a pressing issue. There is also an indicator to monitor recognizing international scientific achievements as a priority in the national research quality evaluation system. So international achievements will be one of the prior indicators. Introducing the requirement of international scientific achievements as a necessary condition for academic promotion procedures done by our Excellence Office. At the institutional level as well, implementing bilingual communication, for example, within EDUP universities. So all these mechanisms are written down in the strategy already, and I can hear it's already there. Now, turning to the science, how this strategy now gives us hints or guide us to come there. The strategy recommends actions at national and institutional level to ensure effective growth in these measured areas. Also for EDUP universities, it foresees an important and ambitious role being leaders of the landscape. For example, through mandatory implementation of internationalization strategies within all units in Poland, including a development of mechanism for evaluating the implementation of so not only a strategy within one institution is important, but how to measure it through the years. Again, embedding within institutional and university policies a priority for creating internationally significant research teams. So building on research excellence centers that are by default international. For example, by creation of elite international degree programs. And for EDUP universities, recognition of international mobility as a requirement for career advancement, and obligatory requirement candidates apply for professor positions to have international experience. So these and more are the recommendations of the national strategy. Above all, the strategy proposes a shift from quantity to quality and to synergy. So it is a toolbox for you, for Polish research units, and I hope to meet you 2035 to look how far we are with our achievements.
Thank you very much. I wonder if any of our panelists would like to react to the brief presentation of this forthcoming strategy. As I said at the beginning, I'm particularly interested in the synergies or the tensions between a national strategy and an institutional strategy. And when we hear the three verbs, motivate, guide, oblige, I think that might be an interesting one. Would any of you like to comment briefly on Marek? I think you...
Yeah, that's, I think, wonderful idea. A lot of fantastic things which are included, but one question, very important one. If we think about the IDU program, we use 10% additional subsidy from the ministry for those strategy. We need double it. Thank you.
I'm supposed to comment, but I look at the representatives of ministry.
I know that it is, of course, some address to the ministry, but I am in the position that I would like to do this. Yes, but of course, it is not easy because we have to make a balance between different goals. Yes, one can say, okay, spend more about it. Yes, but I have to cover all the infrastructure. I have to cover all the cost of the university and so on and so on. I understand the international situation which is in Europe and particularly in Poland. And I understand particularly what are the most important things for a country. Yeah. But if we make a pressure to the universities to make such a progress, we have to give a chance to do it. Yes, even yes, because maybe some priorities in this, which is first most important thing, which is maybe a little less important, would be some advice for us how to implement these ideas. Yes, And of course, the discussion about the fundings for a Polish science and for a higher education institution is ongoing. Yes, I believe it will be a success. Yes, of course. But one of my colleagues used to say that we make an impact which is visible in the world for if you make an overspend and compare with the impact, yes. So if you make a ratio of the impact to the overspend we did, so you make an excellent job in Poland. Yes. So well, it is very simple. Business is business, and this is a kind of a part of political decisions, of course. And with all the respect, we are very happy to implement all of this action in parallel, and we are ready to do it. Yes. So we have an internal mechanism, and we strengthen our goals. Yes, and we feel that it is very important. I think all of us, yes, we have a proof during this panel, and I think all of you who are sitting here thinking such a way. But okay, let's think how to organize it as well as possible for the money we can spend for it.
Would either of the other panelists like to?
Yeah, okay, I can. Well, I actually I had a similar reflection because the goals are excellent. The indicators are superb, but then to implement the strategy, also each strategy, we need money. And which way the money will be spent? Probably we don't need to have a subsidy increased by something 10% or 20%. Probably the Polish ministry or the NAVA agency, the agency for academic exchange, need some budget to propose some programs, some calls for proposals to employ the foreign scientists, to attract students, to provide some money to develop something like, I don't know, new teaching programs or whatever. So it is always a question of money.
Diana, would you like to?
Just a short comment. Since University of Warsaw is actually working on this strategy and its implementation for over the last decade, we are already in the process. So what you have presented, I would say 80% of that is already there. If it's not completed, it's at least work in progress. So in that sense, and we do believe it's inevitable to take this road. There is no way back. We cannot. We are not rich enough to not be on this road, to give it up. It's rather to look for, other opportunities while having this very important measure like EDUB. As I said, we cannot imagine without, which is an important factor to accelerate the University of Warsaw strategy for internationalization already in place, which helps us a lot just not to, postpone for later. We can just do it now. And if we are also a player in the second round, we believe we can make a great use of the influx, this extra influx of money to actually complete the tasks earlier and to become this very attractive research environment for international researchers. We know we cannot compete with attractive remuneration with our, colleagues from the Western European countries. So we have to prepare the research environment in the way that it supports development of individual careers and the growth and development of the university as such and as a whole. So this is what we can work on, and these are tools that we can use that actually can bring us on a higher level to become an attractive partner and collaborator and a study and employment place for students and researchers.
I think you already made the point, didn't you, that a lot of what is going to be in the strategy when it is published is already underway pretty spontaneously, yeah, at the universities, perhaps driven also by EDUB in part. Maybe you'd just like to comment on that.
Yes, I would love to comment on that. Thank you very much for the responses and also for the concerns that you raised about the strategy. I can confirm that the strategy in the text, it obliges also the central level to progressive increase the funds. And there are certain ideas how to tackle the problems with attraction of researchers at many levels. There is, however, one point that I wanted to address here about the ambition. We are speaking about the attraction of European funds for Polish teams. And now there are two facets of this. One team can attract funding without being a leader of an international consortium or in a leadership position. Now, our surveys, for example, with the example of CHANCE, this is a bigger program from Horizon 2020, shows that only 9% of 100 Polish participants are in the leadership position for the consortia. And this is not an issue of money, it is an issue of ambition and good international support and administrative support, managemental support at the university. It is tremendously heavy for a researcher to manage a grant, manage a big consortium without science management help. So not the polarized word, administration and researchers, but with a translator in between. Research managers, they are able to help a researcher to manage such ambitious work. I believe this is something that slowly emerges in Polish landscape, but still on a surface, on a bigger surface, it's lacking. This thinking about the university and research units in three pillar idea. Thank you.
I think it's a very, very important point, isn't it? That infrastructure is it's not just the labs, is it? It's not just the scientific instrumentation. It is also the support infrastructure that we have at our universities. And I think several of you have brought this issue up in order to strengthen the system to a point where it can not just participate, but also lead in. Marek, I think you wanted to comment on that.
Just one more time, just to give you an example, because example will give some imagination what the problem is, yes? So I agree that in terms of application to the EU grants, we are able by some progress, ambitious, and more applications to give some leadership position and participation in more and more Horizon grants. But the example I would like to give you is that we 5 years ago started some discussion in the ministry about the cooperation in a dual PhD program in one of the leading American universities. Yeah? The cost of education of one PhD student in a dual program was estimated on $250,000. One PhD, yes? So it is a problem. It is a high quality PhD in a very good American technical university. So just to understand what is a problem. Not a problem of application, of strength of infrastructure and mega, okay, I agree. But the problem is that it costs. And nobody from the ministry, nobody from the NAVA, it was a former period of the ministry, you know, was able to help. Just, it was two professors from this university, Polish in origin, yes, who would like to help us. I personally was at this university. I made a provost of the university. It was a great openness from their side, but they said, okay, try to strengthen your engagement in the financial sources.
Thank you. We did have two other issues. I think I'm going to jump to the last one, actually, because the title of the conference is also moving to recognition. And recognition has a lot to do with reputation and with branding. So I would like to move on, and I think this underlies also the internationalization strategy. So branding is important for international recognition. How do you feel that the EDUB program, and perhaps also potentially the new internationalization strategy, has strengthened or will strengthen the image of Polish science on the European and the international stage? Because this is what will also help Polish science to adopt a leadership role. And are other tools, such as the European University Alliances, also playing a role here? And I wonder collectively, so perhaps not as individual universities, but collectively as EDUB universities, or collectively, systemically, what can you do together to promote that branding? Can we start maybe with Diana and then Marek? Would you like to?
Yes, thank you. I think that building this visibility of the institution is one of the hardest parts of the university development strategy, just to be seen due to our, let's say, outstanding results in research. So building this like a brand of the university in the world of science, it's both very complicated and it's a long-term process, really long-term. So we cannot be expected to bring to the table the tangible results over the last 6 or even 10 years or 15. It really takes time. And again, when we have analyzed what helps University of Warsaw to become a recognized partner or visible in the world of science internationally, it seems like nurturing those international collaborations is really the key. And we have noticed that it does translate into international publications. The number is steadily growing. We have noticed 27% growth in international publications due to intensification of international collaborations. But also we see that in terms of visibility and prestige, definitely we believe that the European University Alliances does not harm. If it does not directly help, it definitely contributes to the better how the university, outlook of the university, how it looks like in this very, very good company. And we also think that international research collaboration is also nurtured through this building of the research environment, because as you said, it does not translate only through the international collaboration and publication, but also through research grants. And I would like to share here that we are really very proud from the University of Warsaw results that we have also analyzed and summed up, because the participation in the research programs, which are most of the time this is a collaborative research grant, which is very important because we start as a participant and we grow into the role of the coordinator. So it turns out that University of Warsaw, in Horizon Europe only, just to mention the biggest EU program in research and innovation, we have already increased the participation not only in number but in money by 36%. So we finished H2020 with 120 projects and 39 million euro. Now we have over 68,127 research programs with over 30 coordinations. So it seems like the progress is enormous. And in terms of ERC grants, which builds the prestige and also the rank of the university in the scientific world, we have doubled the number of ERC grants, which obviously when you compare it to the institutions from the Western Union with the best ones, maybe 21 ERC grants in Horizon Europe, it's not something overwhelming. It's not an overwhelming number, but obviously in Poland, we are the leader, taking about 40% share of the whole ERC cake for years. So we would say that what we have, and to get this to this point, to actually achieve that, we have invested also through EDUP into this international collaboration, also through 4U Plus Alliance, and also through different kind of programs supporting actually the research, building the research support centers and involving research managers. We have a complex, multi-level and multi-step programs to support individual applicants and to encourage them also to take the role of the leaders in terms of being the ERC grantees, so at least to facilitate the process the way we can. And we believe that we have concluded those 2 programs for now with over 40 ERC grants all over the way, and now 21. So with doubling the number, and remembering that there are still 2 years to go. So we are not at the end of the Horizon Europe, and we have already almost doubled the numbers. So we are very proud of that, and we believe that this is what brings the University of Warsaw recognition and something that we can make a footprint in the world of science. And EDUP plays a very important role of that with the different synergetic actions that we put together to start with the supporting of individual careers of the researchers, their mobility, their standing position as a scientist at the conferences and the research grants, and then to build the University of Warsaw kind of trademark in the world of science. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek.
Okay, so one more example. As I said, examples are good to understand how it works. Maybe you know that HGH University of Kraków now it is one of the universities who developed the space technologies, yes? And if any one of us will think 10 years ago about such a strength of this kind of technologies in Kraków, we will be surprised. But okay, let's tell a little story. 6 years ago, we started with UNIVERSA, European Space University for Earth and Humanity Collaboration. So it is a European university program, yeah? Okay, and follow that, the grant from EU for education purposes have been granted to this group. And next we think, okay, so if you are in this group, we have to strengthen the such technologies in our university. So we think about some center for space technology. The center was supported from the rector's sources and from the IDUP program. In my case, it was a 5 million zloty for this center. So it is a huge amount of money, yeah? And next step, the rector said, okay, we build a new building for this center and we create the faculty of space technologies. So the rector spent 50 millions of zloty and built a new building. During next 2 years, it was already started with this building, yeah? And now the center were evaluated to the faculty. So last year we started with the second degree program of the space technologies, yes? And we thought, who should be a lecturer at this faculty? We think it should be done internationally. So EDUP spent a lot of money for just invite I don't know, 30, maybe 40% of staff for this faculty from abroad. And to our surprise, it was so many candidates on the high level of rankings, international science rankings, that, okay, it was really nice. Professor Ruhl, who was, it is a great manager, no doubt, very famous in Poland. He is a dean of his faculty, made a lot of talks with these people, and he collect a group. The group is not a very big one, but of course, the group is working very hard. And we have a lot of top 10 publications. We have a new application to the ERC grants. We have a new applications to the Horizon, and some successful. We have a satellite, which is somewhere there, which is built at our university. We support this satellite by EDU program, of course. And now we have a lot of international PhD students. And we support these PhD students by support from IDOP, just to participate in a doctoral school internationally. Yes? And this is a way how the EDUP and our support from EU is working. And yesterday, Professor Ruhl visited my room, and we talked a little bit about strategies. He said, okay, we acquire a grant for 50 million euro for next steps, cooperations. And it is done. Okay, so this is an example.
And finally, so very concrete examples, which I think are very, very interesting. Małgorzata, would you like to?
Yeah, I would like maybe to say something more general, because I think that all the university, all the EDUP university can say that they become more visible, that they improved their research and teaching educational performance, that the number of top 10 papers increased, the number of international projects increased, that the mobility was enhanced in both directions, I would say, to our university and from our university. But the question is if we can do something more, maybe something together. Maybe we can create some common actions to even strengthen our visibility. I think that this conference is one of the good examples of such an action. Congratulations to University of Wrocław to organize this event. I think that we need more such events. I think that what we can do, I think in general that we need more collaboration, because I think that in the Polish system we have too much competition, and the competition hinders collaboration. So, and we need, I think, more collaboration. We can, just few examples, we can also think to build some common, unique infrastructure. Of course, we will need money, not only from EDUP program, but from other sources as well. But it will also, unique infrastructure can also increase our visibility in Europe and worldwide. We can also strengthen our presence in international organizations, right? In expert committees, in various expert groups, and so on. So the question is what we can do together.
Małgorzata, you would like to comment?
Yes, thank you very much for these wonderful examples, but also a feed for thought. I would like to address two very brief topics regarding to what has been said. Quality translates into visibility, but does visibility mean quality? And how to boost this quality? I would like to give you a homework today. Interdisciplinarity. I looked at the priority research area of all 10 EDUP universities, and made a simple calculation how many of these were truly interdisciplinary. And University of Wrocław is here the leader, with having 50% of the POBs, like priority research areas being interdisciplinary. And by interdisciplinarity, I mean cross-cutting through the domains, not within the disciplines itself. The next one would be University of Warsaw, with 40% of interdisciplinarity. I believe this is one of the keys how to boost quality and go into visibility this way, through this door. And taking this opportunity, I would like to invite all of you to the newest 5th call for Centers for Scientific Excellence Dioscuri that has been launched 2 weeks ago for interdisciplinary centers of excellence. So this gives you a direct opportunity to implement this homework. And the second question, second topic about the experts, indeed, we talked with ERC leaders, with Professor Maria Leptin, how to boost the corpus of Polish experts in ERC panels, and are about to propose some excellent names still this year to ERC. So I believe this way we can also address this need.
Thank you all very much. I'm afraid we have to draw the panel to a close. Can I perhaps just say we draw the panel to a close on that very, very interesting note of course we have institutional impact, but can we also tend for more systemic impact? How can we work together in perhaps a less competitive and more cooperative fashion in order to ensure this national branding, which I think is very, very important. And I'd like to thank all the panelists very, very much. I have learned a great deal about Polish higher education and research, and I'm sure that a lot of the issues that have been put on the table here will now be picked up on in the further panels. Thank you all very much indeed.
Do we have any questions from the public, maybe? Some. Yeah, but I think that so many important remarks were and points were taken here that maybe someone would like to reflect on the remarks that were made. Maybe Patricia.
My apologies. I was going to open to the public, but I had understood we didn't have enough time. So.
Sorry, I have a long list of, not of questions, but comments. Just some comments. Agree with Marek that what was for me the most important from the EDUP program and what is the added value was the culture of application that we implemented within the university. 80% of all the money was spent through the internal calls, and it helped us, mainly the young researchers, to better performance in NCN. So what Małgosia said about the numbers, Preludium, etc., they are our, I see it in the statistics from the University of Wrocław, it helped them to do the pilot projects within the university and go further for the external grants. That's important. About the strategy, I have to comment about it because I truly believe that each higher education institution in Poland is able to develop its own strategy, and we know exactly where do we want to go. From the national strategy, I expect the same as you, money, because if we have any common goals and directions, we need money for it. But Diana said that we have already done a lot from the document, and I agree with. However, it is important for other smaller institutions, maybe to set up, you know, a map for the internationalization, to make the internationalization of higher education in Poland not, you know, reduced only to the big universities, EDUP and big institutions, but also to include the smaller regional higher education institutions. And I know it might be important for them, and we can be a role model to share our experiences with the others. And the last think, Małgorzata, you said something important, but I don't know. Okay, anyway, thank you for excellent, absolutely excellent statement. Thank you very much.
Any other question? I think everyone is ready for the coffee break. So ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy Kelly, Małgorzata Jakobsko-Zyra, Małgorzata Lewandowska, Marek Gorgo, and Diana Pustyła, thank you very much. And please be back here by noon because the road signs on our journey are waiting for us. on the road are not waiting, and we need to go deeper. So without a further overdue, let me say that since we know our destination and the map is already unfolded, we need to learn how to read the road signs, because road signs at the crossroads are sometimes very misleading. One of them leads to Shanghai, another one to Times Higher Education, another one to Leiden, etc., etc. So we need to know where to turn and what to expect after we turn right or left, or if we decide to go straight. So our first presenter has spent 15 years helping universities across Europe and both Americas to do exactly that, reading the signs and helping universities to shape their decisions and processes so as they could reflect on the high-ranking positions. Please welcome Leonardo Andrade, Director for Europe at QS Quacquarelli Symonds.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As I was introduced, I'm Leonardo, the Director of Europe at QS. And the idea today, well, it's a pleasure first to be here. Beautiful city, Wrocław, my first time here. And well, Poland, I love in general as a country. So really a pleasure to be here today. The idea is to talk about QS rankings, explain to you a bit about the methodology, and then we're going to evaluate and review the results of Poland in the rankings and the opportunities that there are, where there are opportunities for Poland universities to improve their performance. So just before we enter the details of the ranking, I would like to explain to you how the ranking appeared, how it was created, why the ranking was created. And then we have to go to 1990, which was when QS started. Anyone here remember, how was it to look for a university in 1990? I was 5 years old in Brazil, but some people here might remember. How was it to find information? I bet you it was very difficult to find information about universities internationally, right? So QS came to fill that void. It was one of the first guides, a printed guide to look for universities. Then QS moved to international recruitment events, events that we still do today. We do over 300 events all over the world connecting students and universities. But then a challenge emerged. How do you choose a university? There are so many universities there in an event. Each one of them tell you that they are the best one. How do you choose? So there was a need to create a tool to help students, parents, agents, governments to decide, where do I go to study? And that's when QS started with the first tables of comparison, try to compare universities in different indicators. So QS is actually and fundamentally a student recruitment project. It's designed for students since the beginning. The ranking was created just to help them in this process. But the data we get from universities, we get about universities to help students, help us to help the universities to check their performance, to have strategic decisions, to take data-driven strategies to improve their visibility global. So today, we are about performance, innovation, and also employability skills, helping universities to align their curriculum to what the industry needs. So how do we do this? In student recruitment, we have 70 million visitors in the website. This is really massive visited globally. We also survey more than 500,000 students. It's the largest international student survey in the world. We also have more than 100,000 students. We help universities to enroll. So we assist universities to find and enroll students globally. In terms of institutional performance, we survey over 175,000 academics every year. They answer the academic survey. I believe many of you here as academics have received this survey to nominate the best universities in your field. We also evaluate close to 7,000 universities every year are evaluated by QS. And we also work with over 2,000 universities. In terms of employability and skills, I'm trying to point it, we survey over 100,000 employers. We evaluate the profile of over 280 million profiles, alumni profiles, and the number is correct, it's 280 million. Sorry, I think I'm in front of the screen. 280 million alumni employers. This is recent because we're using AI to do this, but this is crucial for us to understand what are the skills that the workforce lack, and then we produce the skill gap report to understand how universities need to change and adapt their curriculum to be more relevant to the industry. And we also work with over 20 governments all over the world. Because QS was designed for students, QS is the most visited ranking in the world. Here you can see Google Trends data showing that QS rankings is more visited throughout the year compared to Times Higher Education and Shanghai. And you see the peaks of audience. This is when we publish the World University Rankings. And this, again, is because it was designed for students. Shanghai Rankings, for instance, was created by the Chinese government to compare their universities against the US. So there isn't really a purpose to help students. This is the reason why QS have this audience. Right, in terms of governments as well, we help many governments around the world to make their higher education systems more visible, strategic, attract talent for certain subjects that are important for the countries. So we have here our president and founder, Nunzio Quacquarelli, meeting Narendra Modi in India. We also had here a picture with the Hungary Minister of Education, and in Kazakhstan. Different projects in each one of these countries. We helped India to attract collaborations, Hungary, University of Hungary in performance indicators, and in Kazakhstan is a project about skills, how to update the curriculum to have the skills that the job market requires. So what are the challenges in Poland? To try to understand this, we sent a survey. Anna was very kind to send a survey with all of you to ask questions. What are the challenges in Poland? And according to the answers, we noticed that there is a demographic decline. Of course, it's not only in Poland. It is a problem, I would say, in the Western world. We have less kids. And mathematically, every year there are less students for the university. So universities have to recruit internationally and also retain talent. Otherwise, they will have to reduce their size. So it's either you become more attractive for international students and more attractive to retain your students, or you have to reduce the size of the university. Also challenges in global communication, or this is the international visibility, poor collaboration between universities and industry, and the skill gap that this generates. Here, just to show demographic decline, not only in Poland, as I said, in the Western world, but you can see the number of births per year reducing in all these countries. This will increase the competition for talent internationally. And then the importance of having visibility and global recognition. Another challenge for Polish universities is the spending, the average spending per student. You can see here that in average, a student spends less in Poland than the OECD average and many other countries. So these are the two challenges identified by Polish universities. So they are, or you are, prioritizing internationalization due to demographic and financial pressures. So that's the importance of internationalization, right? Another data from the survey, we've seen that 82% of you find that rankings are useful for international visibility. Other 35 say that often ranking is misunderstood or oversimplified. 29 say that it's important for student decision-making, and then less relevant mainly for research reputation and not a strategic priority for 12%. 69% of you describe that your approach to rankings is not strategic. and say that you need guidance and peer learning to engage more effectively and consistently. Well, we know that in international higher education, visibility is what helps you to bring talent, talented faculty, talented students, funding, invitation for projects. So this comes with visibility. And 90% of you said that visibility and branding are challenges for Polish universities. Well then, so from the survey, we could see that the strategic priorities for Poland, Polish university, the Polish higher education system, is improve governance of rankings submissions, the data you send every year, we will discuss about this. Boost global reputation, coordinate to attract international students, and address the skills gap and AI transformation. Well then, so let's discuss the rankings, right? The rankings, they are a model. All models are wrong, but some are useful, and rankings can be useful. Another definition of the rankings is a list, is a pecking order, right? That's how you have to see it. It's a pecking order according to, arranged by a certain criteria. It's not telling who is the best, right? It's just a study, it's just a list. But you can have, on the underlying data, a lot of strategy. So rankings needs to be seen as a mirror, not a map. It's not the future. It is what is now, not the future. Right, so let's start talking about the rankings, right? These are the rankings we published today. You can see that we have the first and most famous one, the World University Rankings. Here we published the 1,500 best universities in the world. So 1,500 out of 7,000 that are evaluated, and we estimate that there are over 20,000 universities all over the world. So it's a very selective group. We also have the European rankings. In your case, European ranking is the relevant regional ranking, but we have Asian rankings, Latin American rankings, Arab rankings, Africa rankings. These are called regional rankings, and the sustainability rankings. But these are the 4 comprehensive universities. They don't tell the whole story. 15 years ago, QS decided to create the subject rankings. Why? Because some universities, and some of them in Poland, I met many of them, they are very good universities, sometimes the best in the world, but they only have one faculty area. Some institutions in medicine, some institutions in engineering, they only have that faculty area, but they are among the best in the world, so they would not enter the World University Rankings. They cannot compete against comprehensive universities, but in their subject, they are the best in the world. And we also have more specific rankings for programs. These are more for business programs. Right, so what everyone sees in the rankings is the position, the pecking order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But people forget that underneath it, there is a vast amount of underlying data that is analyzed. And it is this data that is important for the universities. This data can be used for you, by you, to create strategies to improve your overall quality, to be a better university. So what are the data points we use in the rankings? Let's start in there. A, reputation. We have employer reputation and academic reputation. Reputation was the first indicator. When there was no ranking, there was only reputation. If there is no ranking, how do you decide where to study? Someone is going to tell you. Someone is going to say their opinion to you. So that is the reputation. I remember when I was a kid, my mother would tell me, go to the University of São Paulo. That's where my doctor studied. It's going to be only the perception of who is good. So reputation continue in the ranking, but of course, we don't ask Moja Matica, we ask academics and employers all over the world. Then we go to B, international networks. In here, we evaluate the number of international students, the number of international faculty, and the number of international research networks each university has. How internationally recognized you are or connected you are internationally. The more international you are, more quality you can have. We go to C, which is research impact, and my colleagues from Elsevier and Clarivate will discuss this, of course, in much depth. But in here, we have numbers such as the H-index, citation per paper, citation per faculty, how impactful your research is in the global stage. Graduate outcomes. This is your alumni, fui absolvente. How many of them became CEOs, CFOs, important people, impactful people in the society? How many of them get employment after 18 months of their graduation? So this is also a mission of many universities, not only about research, not only about internationalization, but the success of your alumni is also measured in our rankings. And finally, sustainability. If reputation was the oldest one, sustainability is the newest indicator. It was added 3 years ago. In here, your operations. Do you have electrical vehicles, solar panel, control the amount of water you use in your campus? Do you do research in sustainability? And in your curriculum, do you have green skills? Doesn't matter if it's a medical doctor or engineer, the next generation needs to be more sustainable than our generation. So this is important. We have one ranking only for sustainability. And from there, we extract the data for the World University Rankings. So this is the underlying data. This is the important part of the rankings. But this is underneath the iceberg. Right, so how all these lenses, all these indicators are reflected and measured in the rankings. So this is the weighting of each one of the indicators. 30% is the academic reputation. 20% is citations per faculty. These we extract from Scopus Elsevier. Global engagement, 5% is international faculty rate, 5% is international research network, and 5% is international student ratio. Then we have 15% is the employer reputation, 5% is the employment outcomes, 10% is faculty-student ratio. This is a quantitative metric, the number of faculty divided by the number of students. And then 5% as the sustainability. Where this data comes from? Well, the academic reputation comes from the survey, the reputation surveys. So we send to over 175,000 academics every year a survey. You get the survey and you are asked, in your area of expertise, according to your career and your knowledge, who are the best universities in the world? And then you nominate up to 30 universities internationally and 10 universities domestically. And each university can send to QS here up to 400 names for the survey every year. The same thing for employer reputation. Also comes from the reputation survey, the employer survey. In here, your alumni needs to be in the survey. So how well you keep the contacts of your alumni, how engaged you are with your alumni, they are a key audience for you. They are the impact of the university in the societies, how successful your alumni is. And they are measured in here in the employer reputation. Well, the research data, citations per faculty, international research network, and part of sustainability comes from Scopus Elsevier, with whom we have been working for over 10 years now. And finally, each institution can send to QS the remaining of the data, the number of international students, the number of international faculty. Each university can send to QS. But if you don't send, we can find it in your website or in the government website, or we use regional averages. We can find this information. Right, so just looking at the performance of Poland in the World University Rankings. In here you can see all the Polish universities that have been ranked. And in here you can see each one of the indicators. In orange, the scores that are considered strong. So we can clearly see that Poland is strong in here, in faculty-student ratio, and international research network. I've seen the panel earlier, how many international research networks Poland is part of. But what happens to the citations per faculty? You can see in there, no one is in orange. No one has a score that is considered high. So the challenge here is to convert this international research network excellence in citations. This is a strategy of keywords, a strategy of affiliation. There are many things, and Clarivate and Elsevier will discuss this in depth as well. Another indicator that we can see, no one in Poland has orange. International faculty, international students. No one with a high score. We also can see challenges in academic reputation and employer reputation. So 2 indicators that are really strong. Faculty-student ratio, international research network, sustainability, I would say, more or less, challenges in academic reputation, employer reputation, citations per faculty, and international faculty and students. Here we see a heat map of the score. So you understand the score, 100 is the best in the world, and all the others are calculated from that. We can see one indicator in particular, only Poland is in gray, only Poland is below 20 international students. And here I'm comparing against Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, and Spain. So I would understand Germany, we know, it's a famous country, a powerful economy that attracts people for employability. I would understand perhaps Spain, it was an empire, half of the world, or millions, hundreds of millions of people speak Spanish. But Hungary and Czech Republic, I would say, is comparable. Poland could and should have similar numbers, right? There are other indicators that are below 20. We can see there clearly, we had seen before, challenges in academic reputation, citation per faculty, employment outcomes, international faculty, all scores that are below 20. Right, in here just some more data. You can see academic reputation versus international student ratio. In yellow, you can see Polish universities, the majority of them have low scores in academic reputation and international students. Very interesting slide. This is academic reputation versus international research network. Clearly, for all countries analyzing here, when you increase your international research network, you improve your academic reputation. They are connected, they are correlated. This one is very, very telling. This is citation per faculty versus academic reputation. Remember that I said Poland has a strong international research network, but doesn't convert it in citations, and this affects the academic reputation as well. They are connected. Now we go to the subject rankings. And in here, you see that we have 60 subjects. We started 15 years ago with 5 subjects, and now we have 60 subjects, and every year we add more because it's constantly evolving. I believe soon AI will be in here too. So the indicators in here are academic reputation, employer reputation, citation per paper, H-index, and international research network. And the weight of each indicator in each subject changes. Look at music here. Can you find music here? 80% of the ranking in music is academic reputation, and 20% is employer reputation. There's no research indicator in music. Why? Because there's not enough research in music. Remember these indicators here in music, because I will use this example in the further slide. So this is how it's distributed. But if you go to the middle of the ranking and you look at medicine or nursing, you can see that the red and yellow, they get larger because these subjects, they have more research. In this ranking, as I said, we published 60 subject rankings. We have 166 countries represented. Over 6,000 universities are evaluated, and we published 1,900 universities. Poland has 32 universities in this ranking. And here is the number of times a Polish university was published in any subject area. You can see here that 45 times a Polish university was published in the position 200 plus in natural sciences. 4 times a Polish university was published in the position 100 to 200. And in engineering technology, 39, 4, and 1. And arts and humanities, we had 9 universities, 19, and then 3 universities, or 3 times a Polish university was published in the top 100. You know that in here, 2 times was the same university. One in music. Do you know who this university is in music in the top 100 in the world for Poland? Chopin. Chopin University of Music. And you remember I said that the music ranking is 80% reputation? Do you think the name Chopin has an influence? Of course it has. So that's the challenge for you. Increase your reputation. Of course, never going to be like Chopin, but get as close as possible. So in here you can see each one of the subjects. The gray bar is the publication range. In green, you can see the Polish universities that are published in each one of the rankings. And in red, the Polish universities that are analyzed, are evaluated, but don't reach the publication range. So you can see here how many universities are so close to be ranked in life sciences. So this represents a huge opportunity for more Polish universities to reach the publication range. Some of them are very close to the publication range. Well, then just some practical advices for you. For universities that want to work their reputation, send the list of reputation to QS you have from September to January. You have two options. Send to QS the contact of your academics and alumni, or send to them a sign-up facility for them to take part in the survey, right? I personally would recommend for the universities to work on this contact list, understand where they are from, which subjects they are for, right? So you understand, you map your contacts, you understand who your audience, the people who know you are. I'm running out of time, I'm very conscious of time, it was very quick, but the best practice would be for you to create a communication strategy with them. When in my work with my university, I send every 2-3 weeks some email about something that is relevant for them. So not only once a year, send them, oh, here's a survey for rankings. No, what they're going to say? They're going to say, neque cene, manchasso, nudo. No, you have to keep a relationship with them. So then when you send something for the rankings, it's just one more thing, and they know you. They're going to take part in the survey. And then finally, because I would like to give you some time for some questions, this is the rankings cycle. So we are exactly here. We just published some time ago, some 2 weeks ago, there's active MBA rankings. And next month, we publish in the World University Rankings. Then we go to the best student cities, the European ranking in July, Global MBA, and then we go to the sustainability in December, and this is new cycle starts. So always the cycle starts in June with the World University Rankings. Dziękuję. Masz pytanie? Thank you. Any questions? There are many normalizations in many of the indicators. So we have to normalize the answers for employers because some countries have more answers than other countries. There are the research indicators that are also normalized, not only by us, but by Elsevier and Clarivate. So caps of affiliation, citations. A citation in humanities counts more than a citation in medicine, which is easier to be acquired. So there are a number of normalizations when you analyze the underlying data. But to answer to your question, tak. Nic więcej? Nie? Sorry? Dlaczego? Okay, I understand. Yeah, rozumiem. Tak. Oh, question from Clary. Yes, yes. Okay. Yes, of course. So the reputation is measured through the surveys. You've seen that we survey more than, let's focus in the academic survey, more than 175,000 academics. And we use 5 years of data. So we accumulate, it's a moving average of 5 years of nominations. And the newest ones have more impact or have more weight than the old ones, right? And also international votes count more than national votes or domestic nominations. I cannot reveal where Chopin receives their nomination, but I can tell you that they have a global reputation. Vince Pitani?
Maybe I'll bring the microphone to Professor.
Of course, this reputation is very important in your ranking with the 30%, so it gets a lot of weight. I think it is well known that not every university submits these 400 academics as a list. So then how do you deal with that? I would think that if you would do some research project, there should be much more arbitrariness in the selection of candidates and not only nominees. So how are you dealing with this discrepancy that inherently is there in your method?
Yeah, so the best practice here is, of course, it's important for you to send these 400 names every year. But for university to grow and to really be successful, it needs to go beyond that. So the really aim for every university is to receive votes beyond this 400. It's not only these 400 people that know you. So the case of Chopin, that is top 100 in the world, top 50 actually in the world, they don't send the lists and they have the votes. Oxford, Cambridge, they don't send the list and they have the votes. So what the university needs to look for is impact, excellence, and then the votes, the reputation will grow organically. It is important to have the 400, of course. That's how a university, let's say a university is new, not so much known. That's when you start to build your audience, to build your communication. But ultimately, what you want is to get organic votes. It's people to remember you for the impact you have. So I would say focus on the impact, focus on being a great university, and reputation will follow. But it's important to have a reputation strategy. We don't have time now to talk about the reputation strategy. Of course, there are many points that we could discuss with our team from QS that is here as well. There are many types of reputation strategies that can be put in place. But the aim shouldn't be the 400 names, should be to get votes beyond the 400 names.
Hello, I am from AGH. Yes, my question is about the reputation again, because we feel it is a problem which all Polish universities get in most of the international rankings. And we feel that the methodology is that we have little chance to be visible well internationally, but we are very well visible internally in the country. And we have a very good opinion. So my question is, what is the proportion in the reputation you use between the national opinion and international recognition?
International votes counts more than domestic votes. And I know it's a challenge for Polish universities, but I've seen other countries that have worked their reputation globally with different strategies. So my opinion personally, I see the reputation of Poland below Czech Republic or below Hungary, and I think Poland is a more known country. I come from Brazil. In parts of the country have even Polska Kapelania. In the United States, people know Poland is in the history books. Poland has what to promote, has excellent in many areas, has a vast international research network. So the raw material is in there. My impression from outside, and we can work with each university separate strategies, that there's no visibility or promotion of that visibility. And I've seen during my 15 years at QS, other countries that had similar problems, but not so much, let's say, brand as Poland has, they improved their reputation by promoting what they do good. So when you do something good, it's not only important to be good, it's important that people know you are good. It's important to appear good.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I have a question more, I think maybe it could be a little bit controversial, but as you were showing quite a lot of different factors, some of them were changing from area to the area. On what kind of basis you define the methodology, and how do you perform any sensitivity analysis? Because even if we're showing that many Polish universities are very close to enter to one or the other area, how little change can is it possible that a small change in one or the other factor could really make a big difference and make it? So, because, you know, this is everything is empirical. And by changing simply from 30 to 35%, one of the other factor, you can completely invert the entire ranking. Do you perform any kind of analysis how reliable, how robust your methodology is?
Yes, yes. So the weighting of each indicator in the subject rankings is based on the number of publications we have from Scopus Elsevier, right? So subjects that we have more publications, more papers published, we will have the research indicators with more weighting. You are right, any slight change in the weightings may change the positions in the rankings. And also the number of institutions we publish. You see, in music, we only publish, I believe, 100 universities. In medicine, close to 600 universities, because there are more universities in medicine. There's more publication in medicine. There are more academics in medicine. There are more employers in medicine compared to music. So that's how, fundamentally, the analysts that put together the ranking, they take the decision.
Okay, one more question.
Hello, Michał Żmiński, Medical University of Gdańsk. We have no chance to get in the general ranking, but finally we are in a subject-based ranking, which is good. But my question is how you can, if you ask any scientist to name 30 best universities, they can think about it or go to QS, recent QS, and choose the first 30. Yeah, so what is the way you can actually include other universities, not mentioning Harvard, Cambridge, and so on? So what is your idea, how it's made, so other universities, but not only these most famous university are in the ranking? I'm talking about excellence, visibility.
Very good question. You know, during the pandemic, there was a university that appeared to be exponential growth in reputation and in medicine, Johns Hopkins. So the whole world was looking at Johns Hopkins, their reputation went like this, the number of views on their website. So this is one example of how a university, when they have impact. So the answer will always be excellence and impact. When you're really impactful, when you really change people's life, your reputation will follow. I'll have to look at the data, but it's not growing exponentially as they were growing during the pandemic. Francesco?
I think that your presentation was really a rockstar one. Thank you so much, Leonardo. Thank you. And now, please, another traveler to our journey. Leonardo, our second, is already there. And now Andrei Mikhailov, second presenter turns bibliometric complexity into really institutional and strategic decisions. So I will leave you the floor and leave ourselves with the pleasure of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So, thank you very much. We have spoken a lot already about excellence, about challenges, about organic growth. And what I wanted to discuss with you and to show you some analysis that we have done from the global excellence initiatives that have been around the world for over 30 years already. We're going to discuss what are the main challenges, what are the main takeaways or lessons learned from those initiatives. And of course, we will discuss with them from the perspective of research and working with the data. So as I have mentioned already, there are over 30 initiatives have been throughout the world already since the 90s, related to international excellence, international leadership. And these initiatives, they have predominantly focused on the rankings and also on bibliometrics, because these are the measurements that enable you to benchmark yourself internationally. So we have analyzed these excellence initiatives, and we have identified some of the key points that needs to be addressed and discussed probably also in this audience. So The first type of challenges are the time. So we all know that it takes a long time to grow organically. And there is a famous saying about the British loans, like, how did you get this loan so good? It's easy, you just mow it for 100 years. So it takes a very long time to grow organically, but of course, we want to, the ministry wants to support, and the management of the universities wants to do something, some extra initiatives to be able to develop the university in one way or another faster. But then when you develop it faster, you need to make it rooted, right? So even if you buy a loan already in such a way pre-grown, then you have to, when apply it to your own garden, you have to make it rooted, right? And to make it work for a sustainable way. So the first challenge is the planning horizons. So it is important to understand that any research excellence, and especially when we talk about the research impact, it takes a lot of time. So even when you consider, for example, how long time does it take from a research idea of when you create a submission for a research proposal, how long does it take to actually be published and generate citations? So it takes several months to create a research proposal. Then it takes at least half a year or 1 year to obtain some considerable results, then to prepare a publication, then to submit this publication and go through all the peer review process, and then only to have it published. And even after that, in order to be able to see the citations, we see that normally the citation window, to see the peak from citation, it takes about 5 years. So you can already imagine how long does it take that the initiatives that you are taking on now, how long time do they actually need to evolve to be able to see the results? That's why the planning horizons and also the evaluation cycles need to take this into consideration. And that's why many successful excellence initiatives throughout the globe have lasted for many, many years. And of course, there were some iterations. There was stage 1, stage 2, etc. But of course, they take time to evolve. The same thing goes especially when we think about the organic growth. Because on the one hand, of course, you can hire already full professors, excellent researchers to your university, but to be truly sustainable, you have to combine it with a homegrown researchers, right? So these are the PhD students who are only starting their research, and when you see the publications, a certain amount of publications in maybe Q4 journals or not so respectable journals, it doesn't always mean that something is going bad, right? So you have to look at it and to see who is producing these publications, because nobody can become a Nobel Prize winner with their first paper, right? So it always goes organically. So maybe if you see a certain increase in average level journals, maybe these are your PhD students or postdoctoral researchers who are publishing. As you move on with this process, of course, you're getting more and more advanced research and impactful research, and you're being more and more well known internationally. But at the same time, when you consider rankings, each of these category of your faculty staff, they are all accountable for the rankings. Some of them provide you a very good input for teaching. Some of others provide you a very strong input into the intensity of research, because the postdoctoral researchers and assistant professors, they're the most active. They're producing the most volume of research generally. And then, of course, the associate professors and full professors, they are mostly contributing to a very highly impactful research and what we call research impact, because they're visible in being in editorial boards of the respectful journals, conferences, etc. So, but you have to remember that each investment in each of the categories provide you inputs into your visibility in terms of the rankings. The second challenge are the benchmarking and the thresholds. So it is important to to do, so to say, the correct evaluation and to be true to yourself of how you compare yourself to others. Because you can imagine that I'm a small university, I'm very agile, and I can be developing very fast, and maybe I won't have that many publications, but my quality will be much better. But at the same time, first of all, you have to remember that everybody is developing, right? So everybody is increasing their levels of publications. And what you see in any metric, any statistics that you use, you always see what happened already before, right? It already happens. And now other universities are also trying to develop, and they are also trying to grow and enhance. So that's why this planning is very important. And both of the indicators are important. The volume of publications, they increase your visibility. And this is how the science is developing nowadays. So the more and more research is being produced. And for example, we know that the Harvard University in the 1980s, they produced 7,000 papers. University of Oxford and Stanford reached this level 20 years after they started producing 7,000 papers per year. University of Peking, 30 years after, they also started producing this amount of papers per year. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't mean that the University of Harvard remained the same, right? They produce per year 46,000 papers. So they are also growing. And it is also important to know that they are, despite their growth in the volume of output, they are keeping the quality of the publications at a very high level. So constantly throughout the whole period since the 1980s, about 20–25% of their publications, they were in top 10% cited. So you always have to remember this balance between the volume of the output in terms of the visibility and also the impact of your research, so the quality of the publications that you produce. And it is also important to remember that these changes are happening also at the subject level. So the science evolved in such a way that it is not the same as it used to be 30 or 50 years ago. Even some famous Nobel laureates like Peter Higgs, who developed or who discovered the Higgs boson, he said that these days he wouldn't be able to be promoted in a university because since his discovery in the 60s, he has published only 10 papers after that. So it's very difficult to be competitive nowadays. And even if you open a journal, Lancet, or a Nature journal of the back in the days, even the papers look different themselves. So the complexity also grows and the volume of publications also grows. So that is the change that, some objective changes that we are having, and we have to face that. And it is well reflected in the rankings as well. So this is the example of the QS. I won't focus on it too much because Leonardo has shown it quite well. But there are huge differences in the subject, between the subject areas and also within the subject areas that are developing over the years. So it becomes more complex, more publications are being produced, etc. So this is something to be considered when you're planning your strategic development in terms of when you're considering to be in the excellence. The next point or the next challenge is the focus. So when we analyze universities that are taking part in various excellence initiatives, we see one trend is that universities tend to focus on some fashionable fields. So everybody wants to be in nanotechnology, biotechnology. Nowadays, everybody is focusing on AI. So everybody is looking at some fashionable fields. Of course, I mean, it's possible. You can definitely join the race or join the development of these areas. But what you have to remember is what is your capabilities in this area, right? So you have to evaluate, do you have some capacity to be doing that? And also, you have to remember that these fields that are fashionable nowadays, they are fashionable because they became visible in the latest years, but it doesn't mean that they have just emerged. So the universities that were developing the AI or the areas related to AI, because AI, as all we know, is a very broad term, right? So, but universities were developing it already even before the 90s. And these universities, back in the days, it was almost kind of almost invisible field. So the universities just made a, I don't know, the stack like in the casino or something, right? So we are developing that area. We are focusing on that no matter what. And then only after the years it became visible. So the universities that were in the first stage or in the first wave who were starting developing it, they are still in the lead. But also there are some universities that joined a little bit later as a second wave. These are predominantly Chinese universities. They also become quite strong these days. But of course, it's quite difficult to join now when the area is already fashionable. So you have to consider that when you select your priority area. The second topic is overall prioritization. So no matter how much funding are you going to get from the ministry, and we see it from every excellence initiatives, it basically doesn't matter how much money you get. It's almost impossible to develop all the areas, to be excellent in every area. So you still have to focus, you still have to prioritize, because otherwise you'll use this funding that you have for the development with a thin layer, and then nobody will be excellent. Everybody will be a little bit better, but kind of the same. So you always have to prioritize, and you have to prioritize carefully. Ideally, so that it will be an interdisciplinary prioritization. And the quality of your planning at this stage will also quite heavily predetermine of what results will you achieve at the later stage. This is just an example with using Biblometrics. Of course, it's much more than the Biblometrics that you have to use. But still, if you use on classical philosophy, these are the results that you're going to get. For example, citations per paper or citation impact 1.3. And for example, international collaboration, 4% of the publications are done in international collaboration. If you are focusing on technology-related philosophy or so-called applied philosophy, you'll be getting 4.9% citations per paper on average, and also 25% of your publications in international collaboration, etc. So there are some certain fields that are just different from the other ones. And if you're considering, at least if you're in one way or another focusing on the bibliometric indicators, you just should expect that. Yeah, if you're going to buy a truck, you will be able to pull something, but you won't go fast. If you buy a sports car, you'll be able to go fast, but you won't be able to pull something. So it's something to be considered. Another thing about the focus is excellence by designation. So, of course, every university, after some assessments, will say that this is our priority area, this or that priority areas. But at the same time, you shouldn't be focused on that priority areas no matter what happens. You should have your internal evaluation at the level of your university. You should have some monitoring system available to be able to say, are we going to the right direction? Are we investing in the right priority area? Are we doing great? And there are numerous tools available to you. One note that I want to say here is that some tools are more complex to use. Like, for example, I don't know, Insights or Web of Science. They are predominantly used by librarians or bibliometricians, and they're a little bit more difficult to use. But at the same time, you need to have specialists in the administration office who are able to use these solutions. And hopefully, nowadays, both Clarivate and Elsevier are moving towards developing some solutions that are a little bit more easy to use or management friendly, let's say, like Web of Science Research Intelligence, that are actually even the management can use to monitor, benchmark, compare. So I urge you to do that. Another challenge are resources. So you have to compare, you have to bear in mind your ambitions compared or versus your capabilities. So of course you can select biotechnology, you can select nanotechnology or material sciences or any other areas that, for example, you didn't have, or you did have, but you want to excel it in an absolutely new international level, global level. But you need to remember that many of these areas, they need infrastructure, expensive infrastructure, and they are very complex. They need collaboration. And nowadays, most of these areas, they cannot be done in-house, internally. So some social sciences, they possibly could be done internally with minimum international collaboration, but most of the hard sciences nowadays, they need expensive infrastructure, laboratories, and they also need collaboration. And of course, you need to remember that you will need to be able to sustain it. So at some point in time, you should understand that yes, for 2, 3, 5, 10 years, you have this extra funding from the ministry. You can hire some expensive researchers, hire postdocs or something, but even from the start, you need to think that you need to keep it sustainable over the years when, for example, some extra budgeting, extra funding will be gone. The next is the environment. So since most of the universities, which is a very good practice, are selecting some priority areas or focus areas to be developed, you need to remember and you need to develop some internal environment of how to keep this knowledge spillovers and practice spillovers between these priority areas that you have developed at the university and the rest of the university. Because it might happen that, yes, you invest, you focus your funds, you invest your effort, your money on some priority areas. And these people who are in these priority areas, they are collaborating with industry, for example, with NVIDIA, with Microsoft. They are collaborating with top universities globally. They already know how to publish in top journals and to acquire international funding. But this knowledge, this expertise doesn't transform or doesn't flow to other parts of the universities, that doesn't transform to other faculty staff. And this is the task on the management to do it, on the administration, because the researchers, they normally don't have time for it, to transfer this knowledge. Quite rarely they do, and yeah, so it just puts an extra effort on them. So it's the task from the management to consider of how to do that. Also, the government or the governance misalignment. So we have the strategy, we have developed the strategy, we have posted it on our website, but it could be that the administration or some departments or the faculties, they are not aligned or they don't share the strategy honestly within them. So they focus on their own priorities, they hold their own budgeting, they do their own hiring without the respect of your strategy that you have developed. And sometimes even the top university management forgets with some of the decisions that they make, forgets about the strategies that they have made, especially considering that this strategy has to evolve over many years, as we have seen from before. Another issue that might happen, and we see that it does happen with some of the other examples over the years, is indicator-driven behavior. And there is a very good Goodhart's law that suggests that any indicator or when any measure becomes a target, it ceases to become a good measure. So when you deliberately suggest to the researchers, when you set the KPIs that you have to have, I don't know, at least 10 publications a year, then obviously every researcher is going to do anything he can to accomplish that, right? So that's why the indicators should only indicate and support your decision-making, but they shouldn't set strict targets, especially considering a very precise number of citations, precise number of publications or something like this, because then naturally the faculty staff or your departments will just look at the number and try to achieve this number. For some of them it will be easier, for some subject areas it will be more difficult, but still. And as Eugene Garfield suggested back in the 60s, is that we always have to combine the metrics with qualitative assessment, with other evaluations in order to be able to suggest how should we move further. But of course, why rankings and metrics became so popular nowadays is because it's just an international measurement, right? So that we can compare ourselves to other universities and other countries that have different languages, different higher education system, different history, but we still can compare using the same metric. That's why, of course, it's very comfortable and convenient, but still we have to always keep it in mind how are we using this. And also, when we look at particular metrics, we always have to remember how do we interpret them. So, for example, we have spoken a lot about internationalization, including internationalization that is reflected in international collaboration, so internationally co-authored papers, right? So, but still we have to think, what is our role in these international collaborations? Are we the lead author? Are we the first corresponding last author, or we one of the many co-authors? So what is our role? What is our contribution to this collaboration? What are the benefits from the networking? For example, if this collaboration comes up from the research project, are we also the beneficiary of these funds, right, of this research project? Or we are only the co-author and that's it, only the affiliation, we win with only the affiliation. And does this collaboration align with the strategy of our university or not? So whom are we collaborating with? It's also quite important. Also documents in Q1 publications of the journal impact factor. So it's quite often says that, yes, it is an important indicator, which I believe it is, but still there are questions like Q1 titles. Some people forget that nearly half of all the publications are coming to journals published in Q1. So it doesn't mean that the publication in Q1 or top 25% by the journal impact factor, it doesn't mean that it's some unique publication, right? It's about 50%. And also the journals that are listed in the Q1, they are very different. So for example, the journal Nature, it has 48 journal impact factors, so 48 citations per paper on average, whereas some other, like Natural Sciences, it has only 3 citations per paper, but both of the journals are in Q1. So they're technically the same journal when you look at the metrics, but then when you consider it a little bit like a qualitative analysis, you see that they are different. And also, all the journals, even Nature and Science, they do have publications that are not cited. So, as you know, there is an indicator of percentage of cited articles. So even the top journals have not cited. So can we consider an article that is published in Nature and Science but is not cited? Can we consider that as impactful? If we consider an impact is an article that is being discussed by other researchers, used in other studies, so if it's not cited, if it's not discussed, if it's not used, is it impactful or not? So it's something to consider. Also, normalized indicators, like citation normalized impact by category. So it is an important indicator because it provides you normalization, so you can compare articles between the subject areas, between the years of publication, between the types of publication, is it article or is it review? But at the same time, as any relative metric, it is very tricky in terms of when you consider a low volume of publications, like a percentage also. You can say, I don't know, 90% of my publications on music are in international collaboration. Of course, I have only 2, but yeah, I mean 90% or 50%. One is international, one is not. So you always have to compare that and consider that when you are talking about relative metrics. So to sum up the presentation, so what we suggest and suggest to you to consider and to discuss is this smart specialization strategy. And what we mean by smart specialization strategy. First of all, to develop new development trajectories, you need to find a niche, right? So what is your specialization? What is your focus that you are going to be the best and that you have the competencies to develop that? Secondly, it is always the growth against the limited resources. And it's for every university like that. But at the same time, you should consider that you have some existing resources, but you can also, first of all, combine the resources and gain the synergies. And also you can combine the resources externally because you can collaborate with somebody. You can collaborate within your own city, you can collaborate within your own region, or just like-minded universities, I don't know, in Japan or somewhere. So also consider that. Thirdly, the enabling environment. Because each university needs to focus on certain priority areas and in order to grow and to focus the funds, the limited funds that you have. But still, you need to consider how to create an environment within the university so that you would have this knowledge spillovers, the exchange of practices that you have, etc. So this is something very, very important to consider. And also, it is also important to consider your wider impact and the collaboration with non-academic institutions, including within your own region. So you shouldn't, of course, forget, when considering to be excellent global research university, you should always consider your community, your city that you're located in, your region, your country. So what is your contribution? What is your societal impact? There will be a presentation on societal impact also. So this is something also important to consider. So in order to be kind of successful and successfully implement this smart specialization strategy, you have to compare and to consider all of the 4 key pillars. So thank you very much for your attention. Yes, please. Any questions? We still have 2 minutes.
Are there any questions?
Okay, Andrzej, imagine you are director of one of the Polish university. You have the limited resources, as you said, so you struggle with the same as we do. What would be your recommendation to go up in the rankings? You have limited resources, your strategy.
Yeah, you have to prioritize. So if you would sum up all of the challenges that we have analyzed from the previous excellence initiatives, so the main point is to prioritize. To prioritize not in the direct way is that, okay, we have a faculty of engineering technology, so we are supporting them. No matter what, no matter who is there in this faculty, we are supporting them. But it has to be this kind of smart specialization in terms of interdisciplinary combinations. So these priority research areas should combine several areas that could reinforce each other. Like in an example of this philosophy. So for example, you have a department of philosophy who are good in ethics and moral studies, but at the same time you have biotech department. And then if you combine them, then there will be a huge growth in applied philosophy if that is something that you would consider, right? So it still has to align with your priorities because, I mean, there should be a reason why you do it, right? So if you do it for attracting students to be involved in the international rankings, you want more international students, then you should remember, okay, if I excel in that area, more people will know about me and more students will come. Do I want that? Do I have the teaching facilities for that? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Easy to say. It's also very political demanding to say to some disciplines that we are prioritizing only 4 of them and the others not, because you are always struggling with every discipline being the most important. So it's also a political challenge, not only, but yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting contribution. I was wondering if you have any data comparing excellence initiatives where you allow bottom-up choices of high-quality research and you do an evaluation on quality versus strategies where you, as a leadership, define certain areas in which you invest. Do you have any data on that?
Not something published as a report, but there's something that we investigate is because personally I represent a professional consulting services department at Clarivate. So this is a particular department that supports research funders, ministries, similar organizations with their decision making over the years. So what to prioritize, how to do it. So definitely we do have the data to back it up, and we can see what decisions have been made before and the achievements. But generally it takes time, of course. It takes time, and it is almost never the case that 100% of areas that were initially selected to be excellent worldwide, that it happens in the same way. So there's always some type of revision happening. So, yeah.
And the last question.
Thank you. Wonderful speech. A lot of new data. I have a question. It's a huge debate around the world, not only in Poland, about predatory journals. And those journals are in Q1, and still, and there is very hard. It is very hard to exclude them. And I can say that other journals are kind of getting the idea how to develop using the same strategy. So how making a ranking or evaluate individuals and institution, you can deal with it? Do you have any suggestion how we can kind of secure the problems of so-called predatory journals?
Well, first of all, of course, we help you on that journey. So we have a very strict and reliable process of targeting these journals. We have an annual evaluation that goes behind the scene to see what's happening. Then if we monitor something that is outstanding, that we, of course, we indicate the journal and start working with that. But of course, it's kind of different department that does that. Another example, what we see that is happening around the world is that even at the level of university, not only at the level of the ministries, but also at the level of universities, there are certain lists of journals or some certain recommendations of how to approach that, where it is preferable to publish. Of course, it's almost impossible to reject some publications, right? So, but you can recommend. And some publications that are recommended, that are evaluated or acknowledged in the annual evaluation of the researchers. But also, it is also always important, it doesn't happen all of a sudden, right, in one day or in 1 week. So that's why it is important to have the monitoring system within your university, because you can monitor some deviant situations that are happening. It is quite open. Often we see that, for example, if a university is focusing only on the volume of publications, for example, for the university is important only the number of publications and the fact of indexation, nothing else. Then we quite often we see a disproportionate high number or high volume of publications in conference proceedings as compared to journals, for example. So what normally happens is this flow, right? So when you do a research, at first you present some preliminary results at the conference, then you publish research papers, then you publish a review paper, and then you publish a book or a book chapter. Well, this is quite a standard organic development of the publication process in many areas, not everywhere. Of course, in IT, for example, in computer science, they just generally publish only conference papers. But still, you can see some early indications that something goes wrong, right? So that's why you have to have this monitoring system within your university so that you can also detect it at your own level. Whereas we also support you, of course, on the on the higher level of the journals.
And the last comment.
Okay, just one thing. I not totally, but sometimes I disagree with you. Yes. So, of course, we have to evaluate at the university the research and maybe also where the research are published. But first of all, scientific researchers are free to do this. Yes, of course, we can make some manipulation with findings, yes, and control it by findings. But on the other hand, as I said during the panel, we are under the strong competition. So it is a real factor that we have a little freedom to make a change if we choose a predatory journals or not. Because you said that we should do that on the university level. In my opinion, we should do on the ministry level the rules which are clear in this sense.
Thank you.
Okay, the perfect timing, perfect presentation, very
Thank you very
provocative.
much.
And provocative, I mean, for making strategic decisions in our institutions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and Remy Highlight.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now the third to complete the podium, Anne-Catherine, co-creating data-driven solutions with universities and governments across Europe, Middle East, and Africa for many years. From Elsevier Research Intelligence, Anne-Catherine Rota.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it works. Well, I'm delighted to be with you today. In Wrocław, far easier for me to pronounce. Sorry for my French accent. So, I'm going to bring you to even more questions with my speech. I hope so, at least. Starting from not only data, but going to data and actionable insights. And maybe this is me coming from the social science / law environment, that I feel we need really to go beyond the metrics, using them for what they should provide and not being a goal in itself. Okay, just a few words about Elsevier. Of course, you have heard about that little company. We are a publisher, but we have another leg of activity, which is about understanding who is doing what with whom in research, what I call data analytics. Today, the job is about how we can articulate data capability with data wherever they sit. Would that be on the private side? Would that be on the public side? Would that be within your university? And this is where we are active at understanding what's happening within the ecosystems. So that's the type of information I would like to provide and share with you today for your nourishing your thought. It's about 4 aspects. The first thing is about, let's go back to the data foundation. Of course, the quality of what you put in the machine for monitoring and understanding is absolutely critical. There are a few ways to do that, going further the traditional thing. The second aspect is about the quantitative approach, the data, the metrics. Again, a lot is going on here to move further. I call them Biblometrics 2.0, and I've provided a few examples. Then we'll go to the qualitative approach, which cannot be considered distinctively, as my colleague said before, from QS and from Clarivate. We need to really combine the two. This is absolutely mandatory. And then I will finish with a short thing about what could be a suggested next step to think further, not applicable to all of you, but maybe some of you may consider that could be a possible action coming out of the room. So, well-informed decision. Here, this is about the data-driven approach. Of course, this is important because this is beyond conflict of interest and endogamy, which can be a big problem in our researcher communities. So the data foundation, of course, this is at the heart of what I have been discovering about the EDUB programs. Only to comment on that, I like the fact that it's about international team having been nominated to bring something else from outside to make an evaluation. And I also like the fact that there will be an evaluation of plans for the next 5 years. So the time scale again to be taken into consideration, which I found very relevant. And this is where it cannot be only the data metrics. What we hear is we are in a luxury position in a company such as Elsevier, that we are that observatory seat about what's happening. What are the new methodology to understand what the trends and the dynamics are and how you can find your distinctive position? We see a lot, of course, about how you can improve the quality, the research excellence. Definitely, it remains at the heart. But of course, there is so much on international collaboration, how to foster, how to go beyond the traditional silo, how tackling also the real-life impact pathway. Okay, impact, I will not avoid, but we need, of course, to understand what is behind the word of impact that everybody is using every single second. Attract and retain talents. The university is nothing without the faculty members, nothing. So how you attract, how you manage and you take care of your people, and how you make sure also to leverage the diaspora it's good that they go outside if you can still get to the networking thing. And how to foster regional research and innovation ecosystems. It's true for STEM disciplines, but not only. The more we go, the more we do have the need for interdisciplinarity. And where we can help, research intelligence, meaning the data and that monitoring, it can be from A to Z, like a tangible way, something which allows to go for well-informed decision, from defining the strategy or refining the strategy, I could say, also going to executing the strategy, how to implement and to monitor, and also how to showcase and gain visibility. This is where the data can help a lot. It's not, oh, I'm the best, he's the best. No, there are some proof points, as long as you understand the BI and what's happening behind the data. And of course, there are many objectives. So again, that will not be the same way to look at the data depending where you sit. What is your university? Are you in a big one? Are you in a technical one? Are you in Chopin University? That will not be at all the same journey. There are new data. Technology helps a lot. This is a good news. There is a lot more flexibility to use the data in the right way. And there are new audiences. You need to talk, you need to be accountable. When I say you need, everybody more and more need to be accountable, which is pretty frightening. But there is a way to position also from a bottom-up approach about my distinctive strengths are this, this, this. And this is where the qualitative comes into place. Okay, this is, I don't want you to read any single line of that, but I still like this slide because it shows what is the added value of a company like Elsevier in the field. It's about transforming data, which can be totally unstructured, to something meaningful, to structured and connected data. So it can be journal, books, article, but this is only one piece of the puzzle, obviously. You all know that. So combining with a patent, combining with a policy document. When I say policy document, that can be how many times I've been cited by IPCC reports, for instance, or OECD reports. What about the drug databases? What about clinical trial? What about spin-off? So this is the type of information that we try to interlink, to curate, and to make sure that it's the most reliable and most updated as possible. So our job is to interlink and create knowledge graph with the help of AI, combined with human being, and to go to tools. There are many tools, you know, but that can be also your own way, your own data platform to look at things. So one example about how we have been helping recently Egypt, they're not using external tools. They do have some internal data platform. They do have an amazing, beautiful repository of journals in Arabic called Egyptian Knowledge Bank. I think that's been funded by UNESCO significantly. A beautiful, beautiful gems, which are not visible in international databases. No Scopus, no Web of Science, nowhere, but wonderful content. So what we did is, using our capability, the same as what we do when we index journals in Scopus, in order we go back to the PDF, we translate, we convert in XML, and we articulate with Scopus data to get a better, more comprehensive view about the research output. And that means expanding the base for analyzing what's happening. And we've created an interface. Here they wanted an interface, but sometimes we just push data to an existing platform, as we did in Japan for the Cabinet of Prime Office, that have a great platform for data, and we just enhance the quality of what they were having internally. We created 800,000 more profiles of researchers, and think about Japan with the age problem of researcher. That was a massive problem to miss so many researchers because they were not indexed in international databases. And of course, there is one additional item which I like here is about the researcher mobility tracker. I mentioned that in my introduction. Leveraging the diaspora is something very relevant. If we think about that internationalization program or challenge that we have been discussing a lot this morning, which I found extremely interesting, that diaspora and network of faculty members is absolutely key as well. Okay, quantitative approach. A bit of data, but not many data per se, but more about the mindset. Here, this is what we call at Elsevier our academic evaluation framework. This is our frame to think, okay, depending on what is to be measured, depending on what is the objective, what could be relevant indicators? Where the data are? Is that reasonable to think about shaping a metric? No, because the data are not good enough. Yes, because that replied to the question we have. So the piece we know very well for years, The thing which is very well known is the research created. Number of paper, the field-weighted citation impact, the collaboration, proportion of collaboration. This is easy, structured data, easy one. Where we see more and more pressure from our stakeholders and partners to think of is what is the journey from the resources in terms of human capital, in terms of funding, in terms of equipment, how you get to the research created, how you connect with the research process, meaning how many senior researchers have been mentoring young researchers. What about interdisciplinarity in order you see what's happening and what the trends is? How you relate to education, what's happening with the alumni, what's happening with the career readiness, that was mentioned by the other people before me. And what about outcomes and impact? Economic, environmental, health, public health, what's happening from the funding obtained by a researcher in health, that it goes in the room of the patient. What's happened? How we can understand the journey. So I just put a few visuals here about some examples about what we are building for some, whether universities or ecosystems. This is the word I'm using a lot because this is really where we see that layer about a lot of action can go and it can start. Here we have been working with University College London, but for their knowledge quarter district. What they wanted to know is have a basket of indicators in a dashboard. This is something public. You can check and you can visualize that anywhere you are. They wanted to have a mapping of strategic priorities of the university, the district, and also of the country. So it's not anymore about, okay, what's happening in physics, what's happening in chemistry, what's happening in whatever. It's our priorities. It's a bit small. What's happening in future telecommunications? What's happening in hydrogen-based renewables? What's happening in the UCL Grand Challenge on sustainable cities? So once we map this using AI, so we forget about the classification, the vertical thing. We talk about really the bottom-up approach, what's happening from the researcher ground. And there are many methodology now that we can use to really shape, customize research area. This is a back and forth. This is a co-creation. We don't do that as a provider. This is a university who know how they want to define that. What we did for Vinnova recently is the innovation agency in Sweden. There were a long discussion about how you define AI. What about fundamental research in AI? What about applied research in AI? How you frame the scope for analysis. And this is a co-creation thing, co-creation of those schemes. And then we come, once you have mapped your strategic priorities, then you can go for research excellence, collaboration, research culture, research impact, and where you can apply the metrics, depending again, as the quality of the data. Well, here, this is too small. Those are examples of indicators like intra-district collaboration. We have identified the other, when I say we, the London district identify which other district they are eager to work with or they want to benchmark with. So it's having a comparison with their peers and not the big university part of the Russell Group in the UK. That was not the point at all. Another example from Saudi. This is a dashboard. There is a national one for the ministry, and each university has its own dashboard for comparing on the same indicators and the Vision 2030 areas of the country. So same kind of example. A lot on international collaboration, by the way, here, and a lot about cross-sector collaboration. What about collaboration with low-income countries? What about collaboration with NGO? So in their case, this is what matters. And the third example, and I will come back to that at the end for my call for action. This is something we did with the University of Technology in Eindhoven. Robin Jasmith was at the initiative of that. It came from the fact that he was not happy with the way the ranking were reflecting their activity and their strengths. And we thought together, we really built some basket of metrics that would make them easy to explain what they are doing, what their strengths were, and their position within their regional ecosystem. Like a university as a pillar of connecting the people, connecting the body within the ecosystem in the Brainport region, where Philips and the semiconductor is at the heart of everything. So for instance, it's not so important for them, the number of patents. What was important is where our alumni are. And so education alumni, did they stay in the area? Did they create a company in the area? That was 25 kilometers, because there you go by bike. So that was what was considered. In some other place, that would be 100 kilometers, or it doesn't matter. Research industrial partner, super important. For the alumni, by the way, we have been using LinkedIn data to check where they are. Valorization pattern, still a lot of information related to relatedness or readily activity to go for innovation. Lots of indicators there. And also the governance, as Andre mentioned, how this is orchestrated, which is of course a layer not to be forgotten. So this is a report public. You can have a look that can provide ideas, a food for thought. I'm switching to the qualitative approach, so my favorite one. Visibility. How many times this morning the word was pronounced? A lot. And the branding, of course, play a role. So here, this is an example of New Jersey, so the state in the US. It's a long time they do have that single window shop for exposing the expertise of researchers to the rest of the world, specifically entrepreneurs and corporates. So any delegation go abroad, any delegations from a fair in a specific industrial field, they can say, look at our expertise. And we have the data behind. So the role of SVR here is being the plumber of the data. We're going to articulate in order we provide the best reflection about what's happening behind the scene. So this is powered by Pure, but that was an initiative from the state. And you have all those universities and behind the same portal, and you can identify also the collaboration, with whom they do collaborate. What are the networks? And this is related to the key areas. So again, mapping the area, as you can see here. Oops. Advanced computing, advanced manufacturing, clean energy, digital communication. We have some universities who go for the SDG because they consider SDG 7, 11, and 3, those are the ones they want to show that they do contribute. It all depends. Another example coming from Australia, what we did, that was for the funder. They wanted to show, the funder, they wanted to show to the government what happened with the funding provided to researchers. And we did that study on dementia and diabetes research. So pretty traditional indicators about the excellence, the number of publications, the patents, etc. But beyond that, we created some impact narratives, matching, using intensively AI. We have been identifying in scope of paper, scientific paper, how they relate to some other type of paper, which mentions some real-life impact. What happened with the cohort, or that there was a device made possible thanks to the research of Professor XYZ, or the well-being in that cohort of patients in diabetes that was improved thanks to this. So back to the full text and making some matches between the different content, allowed to go for that kind of impact narratives. Of course, then there's the human being look, and you can go back to the researcher. But going to those real-life, concrete, tangible story can help a lot. and it can be super cumbersome to ask again and again something else to the researcher, you can have a layer. And then you can go back to your researcher and say, is that true? Is there something missing? Because of course you need to avoid the hallucination and all the thing. But still, it's a base. And the more we go, we are asked to go for creating some libraries of impact narratives. And it can be the publication, but you can also include, as I said, those knowledge graphs. You include the grants, you include the patent, you include the clinical trials, the startup and industry links. So we work in ecosystem. We work with other companies who will have some database that they do greatly, they monitor greatly, like Deal Room for spin-off or Overton for the policy document. It's again about interlinking the thing. I'm still in the qualitative aspect of things, is how you use the data you have. This is, let's say, the first layer, as I call it, of capacity building. How you learn how to use those metrics at your advantage. So you need to know the BI. You need to have not only the researcher or the researcher office manager to know about that. There is a need also to have more people equipped about understanding what's happening here. There were a few ones in Poland, a few of those workshops that we do organize. And let's say it's pretty customizable depending on what the need. Maybe the need is, I want to understand the coverage and the data quality. Or that might be about how we can collaborate further in that direction, because we know in those fields that will help us a lot. And if you go wider to capacity building, the scaling thing is absolutely crucial. There are tons of great initiatives, but the thing is how you go to the systematic approach, how you go for that efficiency, not relying only on a few human beings and not only some dedicated people. You need to really structure the approach, and it's not a one-day thing. And this is something I can see in any country. In any country, from London to Iraq to Egypt to Senegal, how, from where you are, you can have to build the strengths, not only the office manager, the leaders, and also the researcher. And it will not be the same capacity building program, of course. What we did with Dubai Health, those are specific projects about how we help understanding how we can foster the relationship between research and innovation player. And here we have some people from outside who join Elsevier for developing that. It's really a consulting activity at large. How you get to attract new startup, how you can showcase what you do, how you go for the IP management, so you go far further than our traditional job. I'm almost done. Lunch is not far. So I want to finish with that fourth generation university community. I don't know if some of you have heard of that. Anyone? 1, 2, 3? So the fourth generation university is not an Elsevier thing. It's coming from Eindhoven University of Technology, as I said. It's coming from that understanding that they don't have what they need to showcase and to understand themselves in a proper way. That was Robin Smith having said that. And so they've been thinking about, there is a linear thing at the beginning, and it's coming from some researcher there, about what is the role of university. Of course, the first generation education, second research, third knowledge transfer. Now there is a fourth. What is the fourth? It's a quadruple helix. It's about how you articulate the players, how you articulate the mission, and it's not only linear. It doesn't fit all of the universities. Some universities are not in that journey, but for many of them, that can open the horizon about how they connect to the rest of the society. It makes sense because universities are under a lot of pressure about their role. What is a university here for? What we deliver to the society. So this is, that mission thing, very related to the local, makes a lot of difference. Why this is relevant for many? Because the government is asking what you are doing, what's happening for the key technology, for the industrial priorities in the country. Industry, obviously, they want to understand further, but we still have that big problem. They don't talk the same language. Researcher want to talk to industry. Industry want to talk to the researcher, but they don't understand each other so much. So bridges translator are absolutely key. Students, they want to make the difference. Why should they go in university? Good reasons should be mentioned for the investment. And university also themselves, they need to show their value. Okay, so here is the definition, official one, coming from Eindhoven, but now starting to create that big community. It's about orchestrating, drive regional innovation, value co-creation, and place-based impact through strategic partnership across industry, government, and civil society, the quadruple helix that you know about. Of course, behind what it means these universities who are willing to participate to this movement are to think together about, okay, what makes sense to be measured? How we should do that? What are the best practices that we can learn from? And there are 4 components, let's say. Education research, of course. The value co-creation, so back to that relation with the economic impact, and also that governance aspect. And again, I'm back to those focus areas, which can be very different. It might be European key emerging technology, and you stick to something outside, or you have your own, like my UCL example. And again, we are back to the qualitative aspect. When joining that initiative, there is a lot about government, and this is not about data. This is about understanding and sharing the vision, the strategy on that governance aspect with different dimensions that can be monitored. I said local ecosystem, but it doesn't mean not international. On the contrary, the more you are the more you are strong in your ecosystem, you can go for that international aspect. So it's never disconnected, and of course the thematic ecosystem will be global. So it's a subtle combination and recipe between the two. Okay, this I will pass because I don't have a lot of time. Only thing I just wanted to mention is the vision with the civic missions included, and also the system, the scaling thing, which is absolutely critical in order the university can survive with the fierce competition everywhere. Okay, that community, so it's not as Elsevier again. We are here to help as a technical advisor for some aspect, but this is a university with a board, with a circulating of leaders to manage the community. I think now this is 100 members. It started early this year. Anybody is welcome to join, building, sharing practices, understanding. And it's really about getting to, it can be a very limited involvement. That can be just listen, watch some webinars. It can be getting to network between your knowledge transfer people. It can be thinking about some university indicators because you can recognize. So it's the contrary of a league. There will be some basket of indicators, but not everything will fit all. So it's about picking up the one that will matter to your own environment. I'm always done. There are different ways to participate. The community members can also submit a 4G alignment application to see I'm aligned or not with that concept. So that can be a way to think and to refine again the strategy of the university. I'm going to leave you with that, and I hope you have enjoyed those new way of thinking about metrics. Thank you. Maybe I should leave it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch has been served downstairs, so we will not allow Catherine to answer all the questions publicly, but we have a very rich session of networking and informal conversation, so I think that all questions can be asked in the direct conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank very much all our presenters, Leonardo, Michael, and Anne-Catherine Rota for their fantastic presentations. curve that we are taking on the road. And we will discover what really drives ranking success. And this panel will be moderated by Mr. Marcin Kapczyński from Clarivate. He will steer the conversation. He is a strategist who has spent over 15 years advising universities and policymakers across Europe on research performance and evidence-based development. Actually, it's 16 years. Marcin, welcome. And joining him will be Leonardo Andrade, the star from the previous panel, QS Insider, returning to us with a broader lens. Paula Milewska, Research Intelligence Solutions Account Manager at Elsevier and expert in academic publishing and research solution. Timon Efelaine, Head of Academic Affairs at Springer Nature and award-winning open science pioneer. And Miłosz Rojek, Ranking Analyst at Perspektywy and former Ministry Insider who knows the system from both sides of the table. I invite you all to the podium.
Thank you, Anya. Are we missing one more person? You want to take a seat with us? Oh, Luna? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he's doing some reputation surveys about Friedrich Chopin Academy. Okay, so actually, he wouldn't be needed because what we're going to talk about is going to be rankings, right? And my colleagues, as I know, Miłosz is actually also the ranking, let's say, publisher, I mean, supporter.
Ranking analyst.
Yeah, ambassador. Okay, so what I want to say is, I want to start with referring to what Anya said in the morning. I really like it. I didn't know it's going to be the journey theme. Yes, we own the, Wilson's was singing, on the road again. So we on the road. I hope we are somewhere in the middle. We got a pit stop just to refuel. And we're heading farther. And it's a really nice trip. I really enjoy what we have around. And then there's a topic. I mean, we are visiting different cities. We were in the reputation city. We were in the visibility city, and now we're going to be in the open access city as well. The thing is, I'm supposed to talk about, the topic is beyond numbers. And I said to Anya, I'm not the right person because my company, Leonardo. Yeah, here you go. We cannot, we actually start without you, but we cannot end without you. So, so my company is a data-driven company, and the number is all we do. So it's like, how am I supposed to leave that aside? But then I thought, because my background is actually, it's not this hard science, it's more humanities. I graduated on psychology in the philosophy department. So I thought about it philosophically. And I'm also better with letters than numbers, right? But what it means beyond numbers? It means that we need to see the bigger sense in it, I guess. It's just like Andrei said, how you perceive metrics, how you interpret metrics really matters. So this is what we're going to talk, and we're going to talk about also with my guest, it's with my colleagues, my friends. Yeah, we made some friendship about these things. I got some questions, and they are in the 4 different sectors, and we need to be aware of time because some of us, yes, need to depart earlier. So what I want to start with, the road thing. Sorry, I'm improvising now. The road thing is like we travel, yes? And I hope, it depends if you're driving. I don't know how many of you have a driving license. I know, Binta, you don't. But if you think of yourself as a driver, or maybe just, you're walking, you're high heelings up to the top to reach the Śnieżka summit, right? So you enjoy your trip, but on some point you will have to look at the different numbers. This could be the distance, like you want to see how many miles or kilometers I need to make to cross the city. The other one might be, that's a very important one, the speed limits, right? You need to check if you are under or above the speed limits. Maybe you want to check like how much fuel you have, how many liters you have left to the next petrol station. And I hope you're not going to look at the numbers on the petrol station, how expensive it is. But we cannot go away from the numbers, but we will try to see it in a better perspective. The thing is, it should be before, yes, can I have a slide, please? Because I want to start with numbers. Can you switch it? Right. So, just to make it more interactive, and I'm really curious how you're going to answer that one. So if you can scan this code, please. It's going to redirect you to the PayPal site, so you need to put it. The question is simple. I just want to start with that. And I know, Leonardo, you probably know the answer because I was checking on the QS website. How many universities exist globally? What do you think? How many? We got 20,000, 70,000, 10,000, 80, 75, yes? Wow, okay. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, it's 100,000. All right. Okay, are we done here? Are you still thinking of it? You counting? Wrocław University, AGA. Okay, this is a very tricky question because we don't know. I mean, QS made a survey and they find out, I mean, you know the survey, the summer summit something, that we have, this one, yes, I need to sit down. Oh, gosh. Yeah, sorry, I need to sit down. And the correct answer is, can you say?
26,000.
At least. How many of them are in the ranking?
1,500.
1,500 for QS, 1,000 for Shanghai ranking, and 2.5 in perspective.
For THE.
Yeah, THE, yeah, exactly. Okay, so I got two more. Come on. Yeah, next one will be, that's the good one. And please be kind to our guests. Can you see it? Which academic ranking matters the most for your institution? I'm really curious. Other. No, it's just like I couldn't fit everyone. And when I'm saying QS World Ranking, I'm talking about all the rankings that Leonardo presented, right? So, and also the subject rankings. Yeah, so it's just like, you know, where you look first. All right.
Oh.
So are you satisfied?
Yeah.
Not yet? Okay, so here we are. Perspective, that's really nice. Yeah.
Which one is perspective?
So that's a Miłosz, he will talk about it.
Which is
it's a local one.
It's the national one.
It's a Polish one.
It's very important when you decide where you want to study in Poland. Okay, I'm really curious what you think about what is the other one, because is any other exists, right? Nah.
Yeah, many rankings.
Okay, so we got it, I think. Okay, so what next we have? Okay, this one will be more challenging because I would like to ask you the question. It's very confusing. Virginia, can you do the next slide, please, for me? Oh, thank you so much. It's on the bottom. Yeah, let me. No. Yeah, here. Thanks. Right, so this is a tricky one. I need to confess I wasn't able to put everything we talk today. But let us know. What do you think would be the most important indicator in the academic rankings? What are you going to say? You can select only one. So I'm saying the most important. Is it equal? Really? Oh, that's it's coming. I was thinking like maybe I should put the reputation as well here.
Definitely should put a reputation.
I couldn't fit more, but I mean, all of them would be.
Research impact would generate reputation.
Yeah, that's what that's the question I got for you, yeah. So yeah, the research impact, research impact is everything, like how many citations, how many highly cited papers we have, top 10. Okay, so I think are we surprised? Not really. I'm happy that the international collaboration is somewhere on the top, because that's my favorite. Okay, right. And the PhD students, research incomes and grants. I was curious about this one, if it's going to matter. But from our previous discussion, I believe it is. Virginia, just one more. Next slide. Okay, this one is that's the last one. Okay, so I would like you to put, just you can write it in Polish, in English, in Finnish, in Italian, people. What drives? Okay, that's a good one. I didn't think of it. QS. Is it? Oh no, you're not voting. How your colleagues are doing? Yeah, it's anything. I mean, there is no repetition here. We got 10 different responses. Come on. Oh yeah, people. Okay. Oh no, we got a winner, right? So you can see it, right? I don't have to read it. Visibility, collaboration, people, excellence, friendship, collaboration. That's a good one. Fashion. What is a fashion? Who put that one? Patience. That's a good one. Structure, infrastructure. Pomidor is the best. Yeah.
Pomidor.
Tomato. Pomodoro.
Pomidor. Pomidoro.
It's like we say in Poland, we say pomidor when you don't want to ask. So if I will ask you the hard question, you just say pomidor.
Pomidor.
Okay? Okay. Okay, I think we got it, right? I mean, I don't know if it brought something to you, like if you feel enriched with this knowledge, but I would like to encourage you to also to take part in this discussion. We don't have much time, right? But we had some important questions to ask to each others. And those questions will be upon the data quality, the international collaboration, so we got it here. Also open access, as I promised. I don't know if it's interesting to you, but since we spoke like with Professor Żmijewski about the predatory journals, it's always like a trigger. Yeah, so let's name it. We had some publishers with us. I don't know, Paulina, you identify yourself as a publisher? And the last one will be, if we manage, will be what kind of advices you got. Yes, I mean, my colleagues, okay, we good, thank you. So I'm gonna start, because this is about the rankings, so I think we should start with Leonardo, right? What do you think?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
I got a question for you, you're gonna be
Może być.
surprised. Może być.
Może być.
In that case, I will read it in Polish.
Nie.
Leonardo, co sądzisz o university often focus on improving ranking position? That's what we know. Yes, that's not a surprise for us. But what do you think about the struggles they have with collecting data? From your perspective as a ranking provider, like what kind of a data you don't get, you should get? Like how you get the data that are not relevant? I mean, tell us, like, I want to hear from you, like,
Yes, I mean, in my experience, I've been 15 years at QS, and now working with Polish universities, I've been talking to universities from Gdansk to Krakow, Warszawa, Poznan, and everywhere. And sometimes what I feel is like they treat the rankings data as season thing. When the season of data collection comes, there will be someone that goes from each faculty and try to get some context of academics. So let's talk about academic reputation. Comes November, there will be someone, is the rankings person. And then this person goes to each one of the faculties, medicine, physics. Oh, send me your contacts, who we work with, who are our collaborators. And then in a couple of months, this person is to receive all these names, ask for the consent of these people to send them the survey. So why this strategy doesn't work? Firstly, because this person goes to each faculty, many times they are ignored. It's very difficult to get the faculties to send the data of the rankings in a rush. Right? It's not the right way. Someone in November start contacting the Dean of Medicine, the Dean of Engineering, the Dean, the Faculty of Humanities, asking for contacts of academics. That's hard, right?
So this is a Polish perspective or global perspective?
This is a global perspective, but also happens in Poland.
Okay, I hope in the minority rather than the...
No, you would be surprised because this data is crucial for the university to know who are our academics, who are our visiting professors, people that you do research with, people or professors from other parts of the world who send or receive students in mobility. You will be surprised, but there isn't a central office in many cases. There is the data department in the university who centralizes this data. This data is lost. And this data is the reputation of the university. These are the people who know you, the visiting professor or the alumni, a successful alumni that graduated here and went to Asia or to Latin America or to other countries and made a successful career. Many times the university back home, they don't have anymore their contact. They erased the institutional email and they don't even know. So this data, and you'd be surprised, Marcin, sometimes even affiliation data universities don't know. And then this is not, I'm not talking about Polish universities precisely, but I give you one example. São Paulo University, the largest university in Brazil, they had a number of affiliations that they had no idea belonged to them. And the largest public university in Spain, Universidad Complutense de Madrid, not 2 months ago, they sent to me a list of 20 affiliations that they had no idea belonged to them. It was hospitals, other departments of the university that were doing research with their budget, their academics, and using their own affiliation. So the university was losing all this impact. So they had the impact, they had the budget on the research, but then the recognition of this research was not going to the university. So this is the problem of not having a centralized department for your data. You're losing impact, you're losing visibility.
You might be surprised, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's something that we... I mean, talking about the perspective, like a local perspective, I think, Miłosz, you should be next one, just to say like how it looks from the local perspective or perspective.
About collecting the data from universities?
Yeah, like, you know, there was actually the question I put for you is how it looks in Poland. What is the biggest misconception of the institutions about the rankings? I mean, that might be the same thing as for QS or Learner, but how it looks from you, like, because you collecting the data as well, right?
Yes, yeah, we collect, but only a limited scope of data because most of the data come from Polon, which is a Polish information system on higher education and science, also from the graduates career path tracking system. These are two basic, and also the Scopus Biblometric database. We also use the Cordis, the database on the European Union Horizon funded projects, but also some data from we ask universities for study programs in foreign languages, patents, R&D expenditures, accreditations they have, and also student mobility. So these are, but we have, we collect, well, we process a huge amount of data because we have 30 data points, but mostly they are from these external databases. So collecting data is not a big issue for us, but I think that more difficult for universities is like communicating the results. So like many universities just send a simple message like that, you know, we are best in subject A, or we moved up three positions in the ranking, things like that, but not explaining what is behind this success, what were the factors driving that advance in the rankings, things like that. And I think also that many universities lack this kind of strategic analysis of the ranking, because like our ranking had already 25 editions, so it's many data points, as I said. So it's a lot of information based on even larger amount of information. So I think it is very, very useful source of information for strategic analysis and decisions.
Let me stop you here. I mean, it's very comprehensive, and I wasn't really aware that there's so many data points that you're collecting. But just referring to this question again, it's like, what could be, that's what I think of as, what could be the area, the factors, less obvious factors, actually, that can help universities to improve the reputation and visibility from all of those that you mentioned? Like, I mean, maybe they should take care, they should care more about one point or another.
Well, I think that awareness of what rankings measures and how they can use, that's I think is the most important area, most important thing. So like kind of strategic approach to rankings, to also managing the data about university and day to day. And
we still talk about the, like generally, but if you could pick one, like, I don't know, the publication output or international collaboration, like
well, when we look at the positions of Polish universities among the Western counterparts, we think that they what are they, let's say, weakest is the research impact. Like the citations, publications in top 10% journals, things like that. So our universities manage to publish more, but the quality of publications is not so high as in Western European or North American universities. So,
thank you. Okay, let's switch to the publisher perspective. I'm looking at you, Timon. I read on your LinkedIn profile that you have 20 years of experience. I mean, it was in German, so I don't know if I get it right. But you say, is that true? Correct? Yeah, genau?
It's actually 25 years now.
I see. I need to update that one. And it says also like you visited 70 different universities through that time. Now it's probably more, right? And you do that as a person who helps, that's what I understand, with the editorial process and how to publish more, like this kind of things. So, like my question would be, from this experience with Central Europe, because that's your territory, and Northern Europe, especially the Nordics country, what you can tell us, that what separates the institutions that build strong publication strategies from those that simply push the researchers for the, for the publishing more, like a publish perish thing. Can you tell us? I mean,
I can.
Please,
I'll try.
Please.
First of all, let me thank everybody for letting me be here today, and also welcome to my distinguished panelists. I'd like to start with an assumption, which is that Biblometrics is key to measuring and evaluating research. And that is true. We've recently done a survey of over 6,500 researchers worldwide. And it is true that some 39% still are mostly measured on Biblometrics. Yet at the same time, 30% are measured by both qualitative and quantitative review processes, and 75% are at least measured by some kind of societal impact. So that could be economic impact, business impact, SDG relevancy, that could be place-based innovation, policy mentions, etc., etc. So we have also new emerging indicators of impact that researchers worldwide are being measured on. So the situation remains fluid, and I think for me it's important to acknowledge that we are at a crossroads, as was mentioned earlier today. We have the Coalition of Advancing Research Assessment in Europe. It's a big coalition. It's funded by, supported by, at the highest level, the European Commission DG Research, Science Europe, representing all national funders in Europe, the European Universities Association, etc., etc. We're having some 15 so-called national chapters across Europe. We have over 20 working groups, 600 signatories alone in Europe. We have many countries that are quite well progressed, your neighbors, I mean, not quite, but Finland have adopted a national plan already 3-4 years ago.
What a
Norway
surprise.
is quite progressed, Netherlands, etc. So in terms of this background and a kind of publication strategy, I think we need to acknowledge that the system is also changing. And what does that mean in terms of publishing? My advice would be, firstly, be honest, adopt good research integrity principles. I think that should be the cornerstone of any publication strategy. If you have null results, publish those in an inclusive journals. For example, we have the Discovery portfolio at Springer. If you have insignificant research data but quite useful, publish research notes in something like Scientific Data. If you are publishing registered reports, publish in something like Nature Communication. And if you are one of the very lucky few to make a breakthrough discovery, go for Nature. Absolutely do it. But at the end of the day, don't salami slice, don't p-hack, and don't instruct paper mills, because this is a major international concern right now. We are seeing at Springer Nature over 3.1 million submissions every year. That's a lot. The number of papers that we are getting from paper mills is absolutely astronomical. I'm not even allowed to mention the size because it is so high. We are investing millions and millions and millions to sift through tens of thousands of paper, which is suspicious, every year. Retractions are going up through the roof. We are now having around 10K retractions a year. That number has gone up 7-fold in the last 10 years. So these are things we need to keep in mind in terms of publishing. The world is now publishing just under 9 million peer-reviewed papers. That's a lot. I mean, we sometimes ask who is actually reading all this stuff. So at the end of the day, sound research integrity principles, be honest, don't manipulate the system, and also think about these emerging impacts. And that's something that you can also address through your publications. Data, publish your data on a platform like Figshare, publish your software, publish your code. Alone just publishing the data will increase your citation count by 25%, so that will help. Pre-print your work, very important. That will also push the citations. Do transparent peer review. Go for alternative formats like policy briefs. We have those in a number of our Nature journals. And of course, go open access, because open access will also increase your citation count. We've done a number of studies in this area, and it's backed up with good quality regression analysis.
Yeah, we will get to this, to
So,
open access.
So that's a kind of a long-winded way of answering the question, but I think we are in changing times. And I think that needs to be also addressed in your publication strategy.
Wow. Can I ask a follow-up question then?
Please.
Because, I mean, my colleague Andrei, he mentioned something that I really like it. We also have a fashion, if you've seen in the announcers. So I want to ask, I mean, I know you had like a 3,000 different journals, right? In your portfolio. That's a lot, yeah. I don't know how many Elsevier has. Similar. Okay, and then if you can see those, probably you don't remember by heart all the title, but maybe you do. But if you can see those, like, can you see like there is a trend of this, like Andrei said, fashionable topics, fields of research. Like we also call it the emerging topics. Like you know, you suddenly see that the more people publishing about one thing than the another. Is there something like the pattern that is observed from your perspective?
I think it's a good question, and certainly on the Nature side, if you look at the new launches in the last 5 to 10 years, I think most of the new launches are built around the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So they are addressing the targets and indicators of these specific goals. That would be the first thing. The second thing, they are highly interdisciplinary. That's another important thing. But you know, also at the end of the day, downstream, we're also more and more acknowledging the need for inclusive journals, because not everybody is doing breakthrough science. So, for example, the Discovery Portfolio is a recent new one that's publishing null results, descriptive science, and also research results that's falling between aims and scopes of journals. So we need to understand that we have to have a diversity of publishing formats that can really cater for genuine results across the spectrum. And that's really the publication goal of Springer Nature, is to find a good publication home for your research, whether that's downstream or upstream.
Yeah, I can imagine that's the principle for any publisher, just to get this research that's going to be, the top ones. Paulina, how are you?
How are you? I'm fine.
That's good. What a small talk we have. We know each other for a long time, and we also work with the same customers on the similar things. So I'm sure you are facing the situation like you. I'm not going to ask you the publisher question. I'm going to ask you about the data, because this is what we do, research and analytics, right? So yeah, the question I put here is actually about the quantity of a comprehensiveness over data, research data, that was not ever before. Like, we had so many different indicators, like, I don't know, more than 14 insights, probably same one in Scival, different bibliometric indicators, citation benchmarking, collaboration metrics, that's quite important. And how you can tell, from your view, how can institution use this data strategically to improve this research performance? I'm pretty sure you got some ideas, and it's just something like, I have like another question, a follow-up. It's a provocative one. I don't know if I should ask it here. So do you think that sometimes universities, institutions measure what's easy to count, not the one like what truly drives research data? And you know what I'm talking about, yes? That's, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, thank you all for your engagement in the activities that Marcin planned for the beginning of the session. And what actually is my highlight from your answers, it's in my prepared answers for Marcin questions for today, the human aspect, because we are talking a lot about metrics, data, data points, whatever we are doing here. But basically, in the center of everything that we do, and this is about researchers, this is about research managers, this is about librarians, this is about all of the people supporting research within the universities, those are people. And later on, of course, we can see the numbers that are reflecting your work. So I think that's a very important point that you had from your perspective in the answer, the people part. That was really very nice to see. And coming back to data, as a provider of data, of course, our, let's say, main daily, day-to-day job is collecting the data, but also making sure that the data is correct, that it is not fragmented, that it is also connected. And this is actually the area of improvement that I can see within Polish universities. So from my observation, what we can see at our universities and a lot of others also, is that you are collecting a lot of different data for different purposes. You have rankings, you have national assessment, you have perspective, you have global rankings, you have your own programs, you have EDUP initiative. Every single part of this is somehow connected to data that you need to report, that you need to monitor, that you need to use for your decision-making processes. So I think that's very important always to remember that those data points, these are, let's say, as signals for you to take action. but neither Elsevier or my colleagues here, we will not tell you what kind of action will be like a perfect fit for you, because we can see only one part of the picture. And you can see the whole context of your institution, of your strategic goals, of the journey, what Anna mentioned. We can imagine what is your goal. We can discuss with you what is your goal, but actually the steps within the journey, this is something that each institution is deciding on their own. And this is something that I also truly believe it's very important in AI era, to have this human in the loop, to keep this expertise within people who really understand the mission of the universities. And I mean by that, all of those people I mentioned, not only the, let's say, C-level, but also people who are working with that. And then the provocative question, yeah?
That was the one. I mean, I can do more. I mean, when you start talking about AI, it's like, oh no, now we got it. AI, yes, we need to also include that one. I mean, yes, a follow-up question. So you said the people, and I was like, we the people. And I'm still thinking, I'm still remembering, you know, from my career, like there was this, does anyone remember the Hirsch index here? Like people, the researchers were really associating themselves with the Hirsch index, so they're like introducing themselves. Hi, my name is a professor, Dr. Habilitowany Ambroży Kleks, Hirsch index 25. Yes, and I was just like thinking, oh my God, this is, I need to explain what is it for. And so do you have this feeling that there are some indicators, I mean, data indicators, yeah, I'm treating this as a synonym on some point, that people don't use and they're supposed to use, and the other way they may use it too much? And please don't say general impact factor.
Thank you, Marcin. So I think it's a very difficult game on your end to meet all of those criteria and to do so many exercises with data that you need to do. And sometimes I would say it's out of the control of you. Like we have regulations, we have certain recommendations, and sometimes you're just following the framework, that's it. From my perspective, what matters is that universities are also trying to reflect on those frameworks. And it might be EDUP, it might be Polish national assessment, the ways how we are working with data and what's the outcome from these exercises. But it's always like a balancing game. So I think as long as we are reflecting on what we are doing, we can use everything, every single part of the data. But I would just advise don't be too much, let's say, focused on just one number. Always try to see the bigger picture, always try to understand the wider context and the why behind the numbers. And I think that's really important.
Okay, since we are on the road again, so I'm going to shift the gears. And because I'm looking at the time. So for your information, we got 21 minutes only. You can do it, right? I'm looking at the Timon because he's the most in the rush. So I think indicators, we talk about the international collaboration. So I will skip that one and we'll go directly into the open access. And open access could also be the data. Like I know there's a, how it is in English, the pełnomocnik rektora do spraw open access, right? The representative of the rector for the proxy, yes? So, I mean, let's speak about the open access. Okay, so the question I have, like, because the Springer Nature has been at the center of the major open access initiatives, right? Transformations, like we've seen it through the last decade or more. So how do you see open access? Is it becoming the strategic advantage? Like, how important is that? We know it's important, so, or maybe not, yeah. Is it?
I think there's pretty strong agreement now within, I would say on a global level, open access is the future of publishing, that's clear. When you look at the European context, we have so-called transformative agreements across 33 countries. In fact, I think it's just one country missing now. We also have transformative agreements in this country. So these are large-scale mechanisms that enable all your researchers in this country to publish open access. And open access, why open access? Well, because the research is paid by the taxpayers' money and everybody has a right to access it in perpetuity. The second point I would like to make is it's not only making it accessible to researchers, it's making it accessible to citizens, to practitioners, to clinicians, to policy administrators, to think tanks, etc. And we're actually noticing around 40% of all our usage is coming actually from the non-core academic group, and that's really great to see that more holistic distribution of access. In terms of this debate and in terms of rankings, we have conducted a lot of regression analysis where we've pitched open access articles against non-open access articles in hybrid journals. And we have a lot of evidence to say that the usage count is about 4 times higher if you publish open access. You're getting just under twice as many citations, 1.6 times as many citations if you go open access, and about 2.4 times more altmetric attention. So in terms of the bibliometric game, open access can be a powerful pathway to certainly up the numbers. I think when I look at this country, just a couple of comments. I did note, I think last year, NCN dropped the open access requirement in this country.
Coalition, yes.
We were surprised to see. I think it's the only funder in Europe, along with, I think, one in Luxembourg to do this. That may have something to do with the levels of funding for open access, potentially, and we can talk about that. It's an important part of open access. But I think that is, I hope that NCS continues to finance this pathway to publication. My understanding is that it does. It is still covering open access costs. But yeah, again, it's not only open access. Springer Nature is also engaged in open science, and open science is a key part of open access. So we are doing a lot to make sure that researchers can share their data. We've integrated Figshare into our publication workflow. At Nature, we're doing so-called ocean capsules. These are reproducibility capsules where you can put in things like data code, software instructions to do computational reproducibility. We own a large preprint server called Research Square. And again, you can actually submit your work to a journal via Research Square, and you have a little dashboard and you can track it all the way through the publication process. We are making data availability standards mandatory for 50% of our journals. So we are also engaged not only in publishing the primary research, but also data, software, code, all the way to peer review reports. And these are really important emerging components also of research evaluation. And we would like researchers to get more recognition and reward for doing open science. So I hope that answers the question.
That's a really nice sponsor speech. No, yes, I think, yeah, we learned. Have you learned from it? I'm just still wondering, yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering how it looks from the ranking perspective, Leonardo. I mean, let me ask a question. Yeah. So is open access becoming a bigger factor for the visibility? Probably yes. And how you can say it from your perspective, how it looks? Should we publish more open access? Timon says yes.
Timon is right when he says that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Pomidor, right?
Pomidor.
But it's true that generates more citations, but you have to remember citations alone doesn't mean really impact and reputation, right? It's not only citations, you have to go for the really human impact of your research, really people's lives that it is impacting or things that, so in principle, of course, open access is beautiful, the principle of making it available, removing the paywalls, but many magazines change it from pay to read, to pay to publish. So the financials also need to be looked after. So in principle, yes, the university should support it cautiously, but it should, in terms of the research impact, the reputation, it's going for meaningful research with ethics and focus on the impact rather than citations. We always advise institutions not to go for citations. Citations is a byproduct of the quality of your research.
I'm having the same question to both of you, Miłosz and Paulina. So maybe let's do this like in this talent show. Who is for yes? Who is for no? You want to add something to it? Like, I mean, I think we all agree, right? Open access is something that we find important and increasing and helping us. But do you want to add something? I don't know, Paulina?
I think it's always good to reflect on that, because we have this huge idea and we have a lot of pros of implementing open access. But from my experience discussing with a lot of researchers, it's for them, they don't want to be pushed into it. Like, I discussed with many researchers who still wanted to have the power in their hands to decide, do I go toward open access or not? Like, ultimately, from Elsevier perspective, it should always be an author decision. It's connected to copyrights, it's connected also to many things like licensing and everything in the background. It's also connected to, and I think we already mentioned that in other contexts, of bringing the awareness, of educating people, of telling them what does it mean for you if you go this road versus another road, what can be the impact of it, and so just being aware of what we are doing and making this decision not like just because I have to make this decision, but to be actually on the same page, let's say. And of course, we have NCN and the regulations, we have recommendations, we have open access policies, but this is like the high level, let's say, strategy. What I like to do is to discuss with people on the ground doing research and what's their perspective and what they need to be successful. It's not always open access.
So it's getting interesting because I see this agreement between both of you. So Paulina, do you say that it's good that the NCN withdraw from this coalition S, Plan S? NCN, National Science...
Pomidor.
That's a good one. I mean, okay, so Miłosz, do you want to add something to this? I mean...
Yeah, I can also a bit disagree, because I remember like 5 years ago, something like that, we had a big debate in Poland about the cost of article processing charges. And at the time, Ministry even sent a survey to universities, research institutions. The response wasn't full, but the estimate was that like the cost was about 100 million zloty. So it's like 20% of the yearly EDUP budget. So it is a lot. I know it is a transition, but now we are in a situation that like the taxpayer pays for this publication fees and also for access to the collections, to the journal collections. So it is...
Questions. Let's do this. Yes. Okay, we got 11 minutes. So I'm thinking maybe we can do last round and you're going to use one sentence. Is that okay for my question? I know it's going to be challenging because the question is like, what you would advise? Yeah, that's a good one. If one sentence, one thing, just one thing you need to choose to advise to researchers, to administration, to authorities of the universities, what should be the most important to support researchers, the people, strategically? Let's try to think about it like without these gaming rankings. Like, what is the most important? Like, we're here to think about what is the most important for us, right? In this ranking perspective and evaluation perspective and just generally success perspective. Who wants to start? One sentence, please.
I can start.
One sentence.
from what I've heard today, and given that Poland spends 1.4% of GDP on research and development, which is about half of countries like Germany and the UK, I think it's going to be tough for you guys to beat the ranking game in terms of publication and metrics. So my advice to Poland is don't be a follower, be a leader, and be bold, and think maybe fourth generation university, because that is also a big part of the future. And with that, I hand.
I think it deserves the applause. Yeah, go Poland. Thank you, Dimon. Kind of you. Paulina? Paula?
Go Poland, go global.
That's nice. Yeah. So for the another edition, we can go Poland global. Miłosz?
I could only reinforce what already Andrei said today. I think it was an excellent presentation. So I would say don't imitate the Western universities, because if you have like 5 times less input, so the output, even if you're more efficient, will be 3 times lower, even if you're more efficient. So try to differentiate strategically, find your areas of excellence and invest in that to create visibility there.
Okay, we got it. And Leonardo?
The best way to get a better ranking should be a better university, according to your own design and mission.
Okay.
And maybe one more point. Can I add something else?
Yes.
And also, you can also collaborate, because if you join forces, you also have more resources then, and the output is on your account also.
Yeah, well, we skipped that one, but remember, the collaboration is important, right? And there's even like, you know, the Leiden ranking, they had this indicator that the farther you go with your collaboration in the kilometers, using our terminology of the road, the more points you got. I don't know, maybe QS should consider that. It's like, you know, if I collaborate with someone from New Zealand, it's perceived better than with someone from Opole. Yes. Okay. I mean, we had 8 minutes. I know there are some questions, right? So maybe we can use it for these questions, Anya, is that okay? And then we will wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Very nice discussion. So I really enjoyed it, all the insight that you gave. In particular, the reference to Coara, I think, is crucial. We really should think about alternative assessments of researchers. And lots of initiatives are taken there, and that goes much beyond the metrics that have been discussed abundantly. Now, I was very much interested in hearing about the improved impact in citations and reading of journal papers if they are published open access. But the big elephant in the room is that the costs are outrageous, in particular for Nature Springer. This was not mentioned, but I think this is really a terrible evolution. To my judgment, it doesn't cost a single euro or zloty more if you press the knob open access. So it's just a business model which is paid by taxpayers and which I think really should change if we want to move forward with open science and open data in general. It's a comment, but also a question to you, Timon, and Paula, I guess.
Okay, my question, if I can, yes,
Yeah.
you want to answer?
Do you mind if I very quickly answer the first? Thank you, the honourable colleague from Leuven. I think it's a fair comment. I think what I can say in 1 minute is that equity and open access is a very important topic, which is why we have a waiver program. We waive 100% of our fees to all authors from countries that are either defined as lower income or lower to middle income by the World Development Bank. Firstly, that for the full open access portfolio, we have a waiver fund at Nature that covers 100% of AP's fees for the Global South in full. That also includes many authors from secondary countries who are struggling with APCs. We will consider waiving the fee in full. We are also engaged in new tiered open access funding models that are pegged on the level of open access funding available in the country. So depending on how much funding you have, we will adjust the APC. So these are just a few examples of initiatives we are doing to address the important topic of equity in open access. What I would like to say to finish is that, yes, for some journals, the APCs are higher, but that is very true. But from my position, they are 100% fully justified. We had last year an operating profit margin of 4%. 4% is quite low when you compare to media companies, car companies, etc., that are operating, lab manufacturers, upwards of 30, 40, 50%. So to have a net profit margin of 4% last year is definitely on the low side. What you need to remember is that the version of record that we publish, we cannot monetize again in perpetuity. So we do need to charge for one-off costs to process over 3.5 million submissions, which we get every year. We have to sift through tens of thousands of papers. We have to manually check them. And certainly on the nature side, we have fully qualified scientific staff doing the work, spending hours and hours on illustrations and graphics. And there's a lot of, blood and sweat that goes into every one of those articles. And as far as I'm concerned, an APC spent with Nature for career, defining breakthrough science is worth every single penny, because it is done at the highest possible human quality and it deserves to be paid for.
Yeah, I agree with that to some extent, but there is also another problem of inclusivity. This is mainly for young researchers with lower budgets. So there is a Matthew effect. People that are already well established, they can certainly pay for the open access fee. Others may not. And then, of course, the profit margin, I fully understand this is low, this is not really very high, but it also pays for all the initiatives on new aspects on data science, on working with data, which is no longer available for the universities, who could also do very interesting things on their own data taking. There is no budget for that. So it's more complicated than just a business model, I think.
Yes.
Just a small clarification, because I'm the supporter of NCN and the representatives are not with us. So the high cost of open access was behind the change of the system in the NCN. There is still 2%, which is included in the budgets of the grants for the open access, but due to the complaints of the researchers, because 2% of your grant research is not enough to cover the cost of your publication if you have more than one, which is a regular thing. So it's the reason why NCN stopped the obligation of open access for the researchers, only costs, because everyone wanted to go open access, of course. Thank you.
If I may, one last comment on open access, because this is a panel about indicators, metrics, numbers. I would encourage you to check your impact metrics, different kind of types for your gold open access articles versus other articles, because this story is not the same worldwide. It might be different in Poland, and what I've checked based on our data, field-weighted citation impact for gold open access articles in Poland is lower than Polish average, which might be surprising, but it is. I don't know how it looks like on your institutional levels, but I think it's like interesting exercise to do to uncover this number for you as well. It's a difficult question. We would need to go to, I would say, basic strategies, like what we started with, like what's your strategy for publishing? Where are you publishing your papers? And are you ready to publish when you are sending your submission? I think those questions would need to be answered first.
Okay, so I switch a topic to another aspect of openness. Yes, open, it is one of word which is probably during this session very frequent one. But open data, the question is to Timon basically, but if any one of you would like to comment, please. Are we not too much open in a sense of data? There is a discussion about the safety of the data. I would say that scientific research is extremely expensive, billion of euros, billion of American dollars. As a Western world, we are very open. Do we have a symmetry in the eastern part of the globe, or we are a founder of Eastern civilization this way in the era of AI? So please comment on this.
Yeah, I would like to thank you for that observation. I think it's a very important observation. I don't have the answer for that. I think research security is, I would say, probably one of the big topics right now for research performing institutions. And it comes with tensions when you look at open access culture. I think from a publisher's perspective, I can say that the need or the want to publish open access did not come from publishers. It came from academia and funders who launched the Berlin Declaration of Open Access in 2002. And then, of course, from there we have the various open access milestones. So the publishers were literally over a period of 10 to 15 years almost forced into developing open access publishing platforms and business models and cultures because funders and governments wanted us to do this. So we responded, we installed the publication models accordingly. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, we're a neutral party, and our choice or our job is to give all research the best possible home, whether that's open access, whether it's non-open access, whether it's, you know, null results in an inclusive journal all the way to Nature. And at Springer Nature, we have a broad spectrum of 3,500 journals that provide a good home for your research communication needs. And if you have a need not to be open, no one is forcing you. No one is forcing you to publish. And that is why ultimately the bottom line is academic freedom. It is your choice how you choose or not to choose to communicate your research. And that's something that you have to square with your institution. That's not up to the publisher.
Yes, but if we take into account the pressure on a bibliometric, which is now in a strategies, maybe governmental, maybe at the university level, sometimes I think we lost the balance between it. And I know, yes, because as a rector, I took part in a discussion. It was a small discussion with participation of 10 persons from the EDUP universities. And we will simply instruct it, but it is a goal of the EU to make some limits, just to be safe, because for an economical reason, the politics is changing now a little bit, not to be so much open.
Let me jump in here. It was a good idea to speak about open access, right? Because now we open.
It was about an open data, not an open access. Open access is a different
open
story.
data, of course.
Yes, it is. I would to be strict. Open data.
Yeah, he said also, Dimon said open science, which is the more general term, and we can speak about the data management program from NCN. This is a long discussion. We're just a bit limited for the time. Any more questions? Maybe the last one about rankings or international collaboration to our guests. Maybe you want, yes. And yes, we need to say auf Wiedersehen for Timon. I don't know, just maybe a big applause.
Thank you for letting me be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Big applause for Timon. Can we continue? Thank you, sir.
Big thank you, Timon. Thank you so much.
Okay, so no open access discussion anymore. So again, that's your opportunity to learn how how the ranking works, how do we improve reputation? Yeah. Any last question? Okay.
I think we earned a right to have a break for a coffee.
Yes.
And to rest a little bit. Thank you so much, Marcin, Leonardo, Paula, Timon, of course, and Miłosz. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Super, dziękuję.
time for us to start our last panel for today. I will tell you enough of map reading. Right now we are finally going and we are starting our journey. Our universities are right on the pathway to excellence, and we will learn how they went to the excellence, how they are going from recognition to excellence, and we will hear it from the best panelists that we could invite here. Professor Michał Żmijewski, Vice Rector for Science at the Medical University of Gdańsk, will be moderating the panel. He knows the path from excellence is built from the rigorous study at the time. Mr. Piotr Kępski, Director of the National Agency of Academic Exchange and architect of Poland's International Academic Exchange Program. Professor Adam Kola, Vice Rector for Science at Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, a scholar who built his career across 3 continents. Professor Peter Rivens, full professor at Catholic University of Leuven, former Vice Rector for International Policy and European University Alliance Coordinator. Welcome. And Professor Wojciech Macyk, Vice Rector for Research at the Jagiellonian University, a scientist who took photocatalysis from the lab bench into the global stage. Professor Żmijewski, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, organizer, for inviting us and providing us with a lot of clues for today's discussion. So we are going to talk about internationalization strategy, how to actually kind of move our scientists and students around. And I prepared a couple of questions, but I would like to ask all the participants. I would like to first thank for being with us. And secondly, I would like to thank for short answers, not like really structured. And first of all, I should thank the public here for being with us, even if it's so late. So, thank you. Without further delay, we are starting with academic mobility. And the question is, what is most important here? To send your students, scientists abroad, or actually acquire new scientists, new students from abroad? So what is attracting new students or sending? And I would like to start from maybe Professor Adam Kola. What is your perspective on how you do that?
Okay, so thank you very much for invitation. I will start with one declaration. We are the only one EDUP university which is not in a large city, so in metropolis. We are in a pretty small city, 200,000, which is quite small, like 4 Polish cities. And that changed a lot, really. We know that after 6 years of EDUP, that in terms of mobility, especially those who are coming, it is not so easy probably like in Warsaw and Krakow for those people who are coming, especially for a longer stay. But I would like to start with one question. What is the aim of this mobility? Because this is not just a student like Erasmus. This is not just because of some KPIs, some statistics. This is this kind of mobility that is to strengthen the research capacity of this institution. So for us, that was the main aim, and a kind of lesson for us after the first 6 years and when we are developing our next application. This is crucial for us. So if we are sending people, usually we are sending people to other universities, frequently because they know other people, which is not the best from the strategic thinking about university. So what we should probably do in a better way is looking for places where, I don't know, new methodologies, infrastructures, or networks are created, and to support strategic interests of universities. And the same is when we are inviting people, not only attracting those who will add something to our international visibility, but also because they will give us something, our university. So in that sense, in both directions, going out and coming to Poland, it is the question of building a kind of long-term academic research capacity.
Thank you very much. That's a good perspective. You can see that even small city can attract people, and maybe you have a key to that. What is a key factor to attract students and scientists to Toruń or Bydgoszcz? Because you have also...
Because we are a really beautiful city. This is always, I mean, Toruń, okay? Sorry if there is someone from Bydgoszcz, sorry for that. Doesn't matter. Key factor, I think we are the best to attract people when we are the best place in conducting some kind of research, when we have really research infrastructure that is crucial and that is unique in a European or even world scale. We have like physicists who are really amazing. These are young people who are conducting research at our university from the beginning, from scratch. They created their own lab. This is the only lab, such a lab in the world. So this is one of the reasons why we can attract people. But the other example is from humanities. When during this EDUP we create a few labs for humanities to do really experimental research, and they are unique to, and in this uniqueness they can attract people to come to us because we have know-how how to do this kind of innovative research, and that's why they are coming to us.
Thank you very much. And so I have an immediate question to Peter, because you are a physicist. So what would you expect from the physicist from Toruń to be invited to your institution?
It's a very tricky question. I actually don't know the physics programs of Toruń. I should have done my homework a bit better. Apologies for that, dear colleague. But what I expect actually from all partners that we engage with when it's about exchanging students is that they have a strong research and education strategy, meaning that all the education that is being offered is research-based, which is the key, I think, for research-intensive universities. And if this is then about completely different topics than what we are offering at our university, it doesn't matter so much. The young people are flexible and they need to get exposure to high-quality training in courses, but also research-based. So the expectation, I think, is good programs with high-quality teachers and demanding courses. That counts for all our partners in mobility.
Okay, so from your perspective from Belgium, what is the percentage of international students and researchers, just roughly? Because we might have a comparison what is happening in Poland.
Yeah, about the numbers, well, actually, the opening question I like very much because this is dealing with two of the main strategic goals that we set ourselves when now 9 years ago we came up with a strategic plan of the university.
Tell us.
Where one of the topics was truly international. There were a couple of other things like investing in sustainability and so on. But about truly international, we had several ambitions. One of them was to attract more and better international students in our degree programs and also at the level of PhD students. And the other one is mobility for all. So we wanted to really make sure that every student who gets a degree with us has an international exposure. Not all a full semester abroad, but at least some international experience. So about the numbers, we now have 23% of international students. And actually when we go back, when we started, we kind of doubled the number of degree-seeking students in this period of time. So that's for degree students. PhD students, we now have 54% of them being international. So the student body is really very international. Numbers are a bit lower or about the same for postdocs. It's roughly 50%. It depends strongly on discipline. And when it is about the professors, the actual numbers I don't really know. It's approaching 10%, I think, of international people. But the last years, the last 10, 15 years, in the hiring of new professors, at about 1/3 had an international background.
Okay, so what is the key factor in choosing who is going to go and who is going to come to your university? Do you have any guidelines for us how to acquire the most promising? I'm not saying even the best, but most promising scientists or students.
Yeah. Now I'm tempted to say our rankings, of course, but I think this plays a role certainly for Asian students and for some students. As has been mentioned before, this certainly plays a role in the recruitment of students. When it's about research, it's more, I think, about, and then I'm talking about some master programs, but also the PhD students, it's more about the scientific reputation of individual research groups, not so much the university as a whole, but the fact that many of our professors really are of high quality and are strongly embedded in international collaborations, and this is visible, so they do good work, so that certainly is an aspect. Then what certainly also helped, and this was one of the factors that really made recruitment more successful, is that we have been very active in promoting what we have on offer. So we increased the number of English language study programs. This is complicated in Belgium. I guess it's the same in Poland because of Flemish legislation, where we are obliged to always have Dutch language equivalents to English language programs. But still, we have essentially in all major disciplines master programs in English. And we started communicating this as a university for all of the disciplines together. Before we took office, it was more like a program department or a faculty initiative to do this promotion. There's a cost attached, but yeah, this was certainly worth the effort. And then about recruitment of professors and academics, I think the reputation in the individual disciplines is much more important than any other parameter like ranking.
Thank you for that. I mean, I can say that we are not far from it, because what Adam has said is just a collaboration, and international recognition is one of the factors which help us to acquire new faculties, new students, new postdocs, and so on. So I'm going to ask Wojciech, what is your perspective on moving in and moving out from university in terms of acquiring the most promising students, future leaders in science and education?
Yeah, I would start with the fact that perhaps most of us, active researchers, have experienced moving somewhere for a shorter or longer period of time, and everybody of us can clearly define the profits they experienced from such exchange. I spent more or less 5 years abroad, mostly in Germany, but I encourage now my PhD students, my postdocs, also to do this. Although the motivation is quite different now than 20 or 30 years ago. In Poland, 30 years ago, we traveled mainly to have better access to infrastructure, of course, to learn to meet our research heroes, our professors, masters, yeah. Now, when the infrastructure in Poland is already at the European level, I must say sometimes it's even better than the average. This is how we in Kraków want to attract people through infrastructure. So, for instance, coming now to your answer, to your question, We want to attract PhD students by offering them as extraordinary, as excellent working conditions as possible. For instance, we can offer in physics, chemistry, we can offer the access to very unique infrastructure like synchrotron radiation center, which is the only infrastructure of this type in this part of Europe. But we also can attract professors, group leaders, offering them perspectives of building up their own teams. And with time, we are more and more successful with this. I just was informed that one professor from UK decided also to move to Krakow, and perhaps it will happen this autumn. So this mobility from Western Europe to Poland, of course, it is not at the level QS would expect from us, for instance, but still it's a growing, these are growing numbers, and I hope slowly we will reach good levels.
I thank you very much. That's a good perspective. I think that ranking us are encouraging us to be more mobile, and but we also need the support of our government and governmental institutions. So I have a question to Piotr. What is your perspective as a kind of a provider of mobility? How you see mobility in Poland right now, and what are your perspective for the future?
Thank you very much. I represent Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. As it was said, we support the internationalization, and this is our mission. And so we are not the university, we are, as you said, provider of funding. And we can see various trends. Of course, we have been existing since 2017 October, so we are a relatively young institution, but we have somehow managed to build up our brand, and when we say NAWA, even abroad, we are more or less recognized. And well, I'm very happy of this, but it's partly because of money, of course. And what for NAWA, what is quite important is that we operate also, we have quite a good money from the European Union, from European Social Fund, and this helps us a lot. And for example, one of the most popular programs, I represent the Department of Institutional Programs, so we in NAWA we support individual scientists, individual students, Polish language abroad, we promote Polish language abroad, and we also, my department, we have programs for institutions. And one of the most popular institutional programs is called PROM, so ferry. This is for short-term mobilities, both incoming and outgoing. From such mobilities last for 5 up to 30 days. And we have seen the trend that after the COVID, this kind of short-term mobilities, they are the most popular. Now it's really much more difficult to encourage, especially students, to go for longer mobilities abroad or to come to Poland. So this is, we observe the change in trends. Of course, for researchers, it can be different, for postdocs, etc. But for students, we can see in recent years that the educational market, the educational scene has dramatically changed, and people tend to study on, for example, the bachelor degree level and then leave the studies. So everything is getting shorter and shorter. Then people, when they are in the third year, for example, they think about working professional career, so they don't tend to go for a longer time abroad. But generally, they have so many opportunities. EDUP is one kind of competition to NAVAS programs, Erasmus, other kind of support. So now, I think that everybody who really wants to go abroad, they have really opportunities.
Thank you very much. This is really wonderful perspective. So we had quizzes previously. I have a short quiz for our panel. What do you think? Should we have long-term mobility as a must for our scientific advancement? And you know what I mean? It's like, do you think it's very essential for development of scientific career to spend some time abroad, long-term abroad? And Adam, what do you think? Yes, no?
Yes. Scientific career, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Well, yes.
Probably yes.
Okay, so we have even sponsor, you know, here sitting here. So, so I think the answer is very simple. We need to spend some time abroad to develop our career. I spent 4 years, and I think it changed my way of, maybe my perspective about how to do science. So the second question, we are going to talk about the value of collaboration. And the question is, what can we offer our collaborators abroad? What can we offer? And then, are we really meeting their expectation? How do you think? And I will start maybe from Wojciech.
Of course, we can offer them something, and let me start with this.
Or do we need them actually? Oh,
we need them; they need us. I would say, yeah, because if you look at the very basic level of doing any research, one single person cannot do too much. Yeah. Any more ambitious project needs a team. This team, of course, can be created at the level of university, but it will be still the possibilities they will have will be still limited somehow. So to be more innovative, to be more ambitious, we still have to expand and to build bigger teams. And of course, we have possibility to profit from such international teams because we can exchange different point of views. We have access to different infrastructure. We have different expertise. We have different connections with still another network of researchers and so on and so on. The brainstorming in such big groups done on-site or online is of course something very important. And I think most ambitious papers are usually created not just by one or two authors, but by bigger teams, and they work together, either crossing borders of countries or crossing borders of disciplines.
Yeah. Thank you. We learned today that this rankings count very highly international collaboration. So it's probably one of the reasons why we are doing that. But I'm happy. I'm sure that it's not a main reason. So I'm going to ask now, Peter, what is your perspective, first off, on international collaboration and how you can see collaboration with Polish universities, Polish teams? What are your expectations, for instance?
Yeah, when we talk about collaborations and partnerships, I think we should make a distinction between two levels of types of partnerships. One is university networks, like the university alliances, but also other groups of universities. I think this is very important to align strategies, to develop new instruments eventually, to get to know each other better and to stimulate collaboration across borders of university within these networks. So that's one level, I would say, at the university management level, that is really crucial to be ready for whatever comes up as a new challenge. Now, if it's about research collaborations, yeah, this is happening where science is being designed. If colleagues are meeting each other at international conferences, they see expertise with a group abroad, which they don't have, and start talking, set up mutual visits. And this is, I think, one of the main achievements of the different framework programs of Europe, which really has led to a huge amount of fantastic inter-university collaborations between research groups. And this is, I think, really the aspect that drives excellence. This, in essentially all of the cases, is a bottom-up approach. This is colleagues finding each other, knowing each other, or reading each other's paper, and then getting this trigger to call or to Zoom or to write somebody to set up a collaboration. I think also for our university in Leuven, this really has been a key aspect in our development, both in innovation, because all these collaborations are then also very well suited to involve the private sector in projects, but also on basic research collaborations, for instance, with the MSCA program that has a very important Polish name, and which really opens up lots of opportunities for research groups, for young research group to establish international networks, to be able to hire young people and to establish collaborations for the rest of their career. So I think this is the main driver that one should seek for towards excellence. Much more important than putting numbers or key performance indices on whatever citations or number of publications or impact. So, because this, if this is working well, setting up these high quality collaborations will lead to better science, will lead to more output, and then all the metrics will follow.
So how can you see Poland in this perspective?
Yeah, well, there are a couple of universities in Poland that we know quite well. There are not only student exchange programs, also with Wrocław, but also with Jagiellonian, Warsaw, a few others, but also research collaborations. I actually, long before I became in management positions, had active collaborations with colleagues at Jagiellonian, and was amazed about their infrastructure, the quality of research, the international profile of people that we were collaborating with. So there certainly are lots of opportunities, but of course you need to be visible. So I would strongly encourage to support whatever agency you have available to finance the mobility of, in particular, young researchers to go to conferences, to pay short visits to labs where they find interest. And yeah, this is developing careers, and it should be crucial. And it really helps to give incentives, to say, if you go somewhere, we pay your flight, and then there should not be too much discussion.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's good to hear that we have something to offer and we are visible. And then I have a question to Piotr. How do you think you can support this collaboration? Because I know that the agency is based on mobility, but do you think, because Peter mentioned about institutional also support of collaboration. We have this down to bottom to top collaboration, but also the other aspect is institutional. How NAVA and other agencies could support it? How do you see it right now?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, we realized that mobility is only one part of internationalization, yes. We are more and more aware of this. So it's not only about mobilities that we make the universities international, because everybody says that, or even Dorothy at the beginning of in the first sessions, she said that internationalization is an intentional process that crosses all the activities or all these facets of the university, of organization, research organization. So we therefore in NAVA we have these institutional programs, and we try to, for example, we have a so-called strategic partnerships, NAVA strategic partnerships program. It's a bit similar to of course, Erasmus strategic partnerships, but it's more, even more complex, because we combine both education and research in these projects, not only education. And this is about making real, more strategic, more longer term institutional partnerships. So we try to support it. And going back to your previous question about what can we offer, it's really, I can really say that we as Poland now, we can offer a lot even to our Western partners. This year we visited Australia with some kind of NAVA visit. And when we told them about our offer, that we can support the costs of their coming to Poland, of collaboration with Poland, they were so amazed, and they really were motivated to find partners, because they told us, in Australia we have practically one agency that supports research and internationalization, and it is totally very, very competitive, and it's very difficult to get funds from them. So when they realized that we as NAVA can, by funding our universities and their collaboration with, for example, Australian partners, that we can really fund them. So they were really very eager to start some collaborations, and we can see the effects of this visit now, because there are some follow-up meetings online with Australian guys. So this shows that we really have something to offer now.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking right now, Copernicus was a great, as a great example of mobility in terms of how he started around Europe. So how it is right now, if we talk about collaboration and mobility from today's perspective in Toruń?
I just need to say that Copernicus started in Krakow.
He was our student. Yeah,
yeah, he was your student. You know,
your student.
That's
But because the university is Mikołaj Copernicus University.
I know. This is very good label, internationally well recognized, especially in a scholarly milieu. So this is very good name for university, even though we are like 81 years old, so still pretty young. But you know what I would like to underline, answering to the question, that for years what Wojtek said, that it was this kind of the internationalization was understood asymmetrically, that we are going to the West. West is stronger, our Western partners are stronger, and we can get something from this side. But I think that this logic has changed. And you, Piotr, mentioned this with collaboration with Australian universities, but I think it is very visible right now in European universities. Most of Polish universities, at least large-scale universities, are engaged in European university alliances. So more than 30, so this is really large number. But we are also engaged, like Jagiellonian University, Wrocław, or Nicolaus Copernicus, also in other networks. And for us, from research perspective, we are engaged in Year-Round network, which is young European research universities. This is the best network to focus on research, not only on student exchange, not on building together study programs, but also on research. And we are building some tools to help in doing this. We create a, let's call this AI-based platform for matching scholars from all those universities together with the EU funding programs, and it's working. We applied for strategic partnership from NAVA for year-round collaboration, and we are successful in this. So we are in a process of this kind of building more precise and coherent partnership. So in that sense, I would say that from Nicolaus Copernicus University perspective, not Copernicus himself, we are trying to use every single tool that is available. And this is, EDUP is just a tool to change our university culture in terms of internationalization.
Thank you very much. It was a good comment. We are moving to next topic. It's I think that we talk about science. Science is usually highly competitive, but how you can solve a problem balance between competitiveness and collaboration? And we heard today very nice remark about not to sell everything. It was like not to publish everything. Maybe this open access is not really good because you are selling your ideas. And how you can manage this issue at your level? So this balance between competitiveness and collaboration. And you want to start? Yes, please, Peter.
Yeah, I can start. My answer as a scientist then is that you don't publish with your competitors. You collaborate with people that can join, that can add expertise, and you can at some point call your friends. A bit of a competition is not bad, I think, but yeah, you have to be a bit careful. And of course, if you have a very interesting finding, then you stay silent for a while before you bring it to the market and publish it. But this fear should not stop you. And once you have established your results, I think it's also important to be very vocal about that and not necessarily wait until your Nature, whatever paper is accepted, but really be communicative about that. Because what we do underestimate is that lots of the transfer of knowledge and the pickup and the impact is created through oral communication still. So going to meetings, going to conferences, convince colleagues of the excellent work that you and your colleagues have been doing is important. So I would not be too afraid. And then occasionally it happens that you talk about something and a colleague picks up an idea or so. But then, yeah, you have two options. Either you can feel scooped, or you can be proud that you have inspired a fantastic colleague to think alike. So I've never seen lots of issues there. Of course, this becomes very different once you are in the TTO world, when you are really trying to valorize, to commercialize some of your findings. Then you have to be careful. And actually, this is also one of the aspects, I think, that research-intensive universities really helped develop the last couple of decades. That is to really invest in a well-organized tech transfer office where you have colleagues, legal advisors, but also scientists with lots of experience who can advise you on what you should publish and what you should patent, and in what pace you should then communicate about these findings. So yeah, it's different, but collaboration always helps. Also collaboration with industry is so crucial nowadays.
So thank you very much. This is great remark. We have to be a little bit more vocal about our achievements, not be shy, not to probably exaggerate, because it's also a bad thing to do, but still dissemination. That's what actually EU likes us to do. Wojtek, what is your perspective on this collaboration competition story?
I absolutely agree with Peter, yeah. But I think if you have competitors, you can try to change them into collaborators. At least you can try through discussions, through exchanging some ideas during the conferences, meetings, and so on. And it will appear that your possible competitors will be your friends, yeah. But yeah, of course, there are several possibilities or ways how to try to cope with competing groups and competitors which are in your field. For instance, some groups try to find kind of niche, yeah, in their research area to avoid the competition, which somehow leads to some brilliant ideas unexplored, but very often it also brings you to not to the mainstream, but somewhere away from the most exciting discoveries. So you must be careful whether you choose this way or this way.
Not to be too specialized, like a specialist on one.
Specialization is one thing, but also trying, you know, to if you try to search for some unexplored areas, it can be you can be lucky, but you can also yeah.
But it might
you can be a loser also.
It might be hard to find collaborators if you study the certain molecule.
Yeah. But in fact, as Peter said, also a little bit of competition is always very healthy. Yeah, and we experience it, of course, every time. I think it's our somehow Polish nature that we prefer sometimes to collaborate with some colleagues from abroad, but not with our friend from the next office. Yeah, because he could become better in some rankings, our internal rankings. So we should also take the opportunity to collaborate with our neighbors, with our friends, and not make them enemies.
And so instead of finding somebody in Krakow, you go abroad to Australia.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so what is your story, Adam, about this competition, collaboration? How you can actually prevent losing your knowledge by prevent stealing your knowledge? Do you have any advice how you do it, or
Okay. So I was of course thinking about your initial question about whether compete.
Yeah, I mean you can start from it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So of course we can compete for talents and resources, but at the same time we can collaborate to create larger research ecosystem. And in that sense, programs like EDUP was really good to create this larger ecosystem. European University Alliances or networks were also this kind of creating a good platform for collaboration. But you are moving to the stealing issues. So I would say that the topic concerning research security, I think that you've been mentioned this in the first panel about thinking globally about research security is probably one of the most important topic right now in our higher education system and of course in research, that it is not anymore whatever the publishers panel was said about open access, especially open data. That was your question. So I completely agree that open data is not anymore an issue that will be on the table, and that we will be thinking twice before we will open our data, even sometimes open some publications. We will be thinking in that sense globally in a more competitive way, that there are competitors who are not playing fair, who are not using the same rules as we are, that have completely different ethical background or rules, and we need to prepare for this global competition. So maybe this is not a matter of my colleague from room next to me because I can collaborate with him or her, but this is rather a matter of the discussion between Europe and other countries or continents and partners from those countries. And one example, a few months ago, there was a very interesting meeting at our Ministry of Foreign Affairs with people from Canada, from University of Toronto and other universities. For them, we will be partners only when we will start to protect our data, when we will be collaborating with partners from other parts of the world that we trust and they are trusting. So they will be collaborating with us if we will think about research security in a serious way. So this is a kind of really a task that we need to take into account, all of us.
Thank you very much. This is a good topic. And actually, I changed the question. Sorry about that. But I think it's we will go another round about that topic. But before it, I might ask Piotr, what is your perspective on this competition collaboration? And if you can start from it and then move to another topic which we are interested here, how another agency is actually checking who is coming, who is going out.
I fully agree with what Adam said, that this, from the perspective, for example, of NAVA, this question, competition, collaboration, this refers to some kind of research security and responsible internationalization, because we have changed somehow the paradigm till, I don't know, 2000 something, 2010 or something. There was this liberal mood and everybody was open to collaboration, and the more students, international students you had, the better. Now we are more and more aware of various risks related to security and international collaboration, and we know some stories about Chinese students or PhD students who then somehow turned out to be some kind of spies. So we have to be somehow aware, but I must say that we are quite young agency, and we are just learning how to do this. And I think at least in Europe, we are learning how to do this. The Anglo-Saxon countries, especially US, but also Canada, for example, they are more aware of this and more somehow pay attention to this. Somehow it leads to a kind of paranoia on the other hand. But we have to strike a balance between competition and collaboration for sure. Now we at NAVA, we are at the moment of preparing the national strategy for internationalization of higher education and research, and the part of this strategy is also devoted to research security, and we do some analysis about good practices, about some also guidelines for researchers about research security, about responsible internationalization. I hope that we will be successful in this, and we, at the end of this year, that we can provide some guidelines and some good practices, because this is something that we still learn, and that there is no, let's say, silver bullet solution, one solution that can give us answers to all questions in this area. But this is something serious.
So thank you very much. That's good that we have support. And I'm going to move to Peter. What is your perspective about data security and in terms of competition collaboration also?
Yeah, I'm very much aligning with the remarks made, but we need to be cautious, I think, on both sides. One is that we do not want separated scientific communities because of some geopolitical issues that currently are happening. We know, and in Europe we have history to illustrate that this evolves with time. And I don't think that we should evolve towards completely blockage of certain parts of the world. It's difficult to find indeed this thin line of what you can accept and what not. It's of course clear that when it relates to defense research, you have to do this only with your allies. And also that is something that sometimes is evolving in this world. So there you have to be very cautious. And actually in Leuven we have developed a policy about that on defense research, also whether or not we should engage in that as a university. Of course this is up to debate and the new team may evolve, but essentially we took as guideline that if individual researchers want to go that way, they can do this, but only in collaboration with our military and our authorities, which could then include NATO, for instance, but not beyond, and not with industrial partners. So that so you then try to find a line. Talking about China, there are so many fantastic institutions in China, and there we should also not blow up all the opportunities that collaborating with Chinese colleagues nowadays bring. They have lots of funding. I think it would be a good exercise to compare your Excellence Initiative budget with the budget of a good research group that makes it into the 5-year plan of the Communist Party. So it's completely different funding streams, and most of them are excellent researchers. Many of them trained in our laboratories and countries. So collaborating with them on pre-competitive research, I don't think there is any problem there. We then, of course, have to, again, be very careful once you're talking about valorization, patent applications, and so on. But also on that scheme, if you see how China is developing there, they are now slowly taking over the international patent market. Also with international patents, so they are there, and they are more and more following our rules, or the international rules. So yeah, it's a complicated question, but I think we should continue to try to find good friends everywhere in the world, and then see where this brings us. Of course, with some exceptions that currently we don't have to name it, but that currently are quite impossible to deal with.
Before I move to Wojtek,
just one anecdote. Of course, many countries, including Poland, stopped collaboration, institutional collaboration with Russia after full-scale invasion. But I was looking at our university, it was Wojtek from your field, from chemistry, into the different dual-use projects that were conducted at our university in the past. One of this project was founded by NATO. It includes Poland, Germany, and Russia. It was 15 years ago. So in terms of anecdote, but also a changing geopolitical situation, that it is really, really fast. But saying that, I would like to underline that we really need to be careful when we are talking about applied sciences, about dual use and things like that, when we collaborate with other partners.
If I may, just a brief remark. You mentioned that we also should be careful with publications and the access to that. There, I would not be naive. Once things are published, it's open for everybody, even if it's behind a paywall. So you have to really assume that all published data are available.
So it seems that you have to keep your friends close, but enemies closer. Sometimes that's the main topic here about competition collaboration. But Wojtek, what's your perspective?
Coming back to China, I have very good experience with Chinese groups. I was there 2 weeks ago and came back safely. By the way, in Wuhan. So, I don't see the NCN representative here, but NCN still carries the Schenk projects, which are bilateral projects between Polish and Chinese universities. So it's a live, active cooperation, and I'm pretty sure also in this case both sides profit from this. Yeah,
but it's kind of a two free grants a year. That's still
no, much more. I think it's much more.
We have no
maybe 20.
Well, maybe 20. But you know, China is kind of a big country. Okay, so let's move to next topic. Now we move to how it's organized in the country. So how our governmental institutions should support, or how they are supporting our internalization, and what are our expectations, how they should support us in internationalization in the future. Maybe we'll start from Nava perspective on that.
Maybe I should speak as a last person about this question.
Okay, let's do it. Who wants to be first? Ala. Yes.
Okay, so I think that state cannot operate in terms of internationalization, in terms of micromanagement, but state should create a stable condition for internationalization. So creating NAVA was a good step, but it is still one agency, not the politics of the policy of the country. So the biggest challenge for many parts of Europe today is this kind of institutional instability. So what I would look for is this instability. I mean the first fragmented founding. This is one problem. Of course, at our universities, in our system, administrative overload for everything. From the perspective of state policy, it is short-term thinking. And definitely, at least in Polish case, it is chronic underinvestment in research and higher education. So this is something that is probably we are talking about that frequently. So the programs like EDUP were important because they were not simply providing additional funding, but EDUP was creating a kind of institutional space for strategic thinking and doing things differently. So in that sense, changing really academic culture at university. So in that sense, probably we need something similar to thinking about internationalization, not only in terms of what NAVA is doing, short period programs, individual or institutional, but also some kind of support from stage level.
Okay, what is the perspective of Belgium then? How the state is actually supporting internationalization? Do you need actually governmental support for that, or just freedom is the answer?
I wish that freedom was the answer, but of course the situation in Belgium is a bit complicated. We have a federal system, so we are dealing in Leuven with the Flemish-speaking community concerning research and education. Yeah, there is very little additional funding, so there is a little bit available for supporting student exchanges. There are, with the National Science Foundation, our fund for scientific research, the FWO, there are a couple of bilateral initiatives with a few countries only, and there you can apply as a researcher for some grants to travel abroad or to do a sabbatical. So this is quite well organized, but it's not really large budgets. That could, of course, be more. What is an issue, I think, in Flanders is a very large set of stringent legislative measures that have been taken to make it very complicated to become a university with an international staff. And this mainly has to do with the very stringent language requirements. So whenever a professor is hired at an academic level beyond assistant professor, he or she cannot be given a tenured position unless he or she can show that they are fluent in Dutch. So this means that if you have an ERC candidate that comes from the UK and is not yet speaking Dutch, we can only offer a temporary position for 3 years, with then the commitment that in 3 years you need to have a B2 level of Dutch. So that is really complicated. And for assistant professors, this is maybe much more logical. They get a tenure track position of 5 years if they come from abroad, or if they are Belgian as well. If they don't speak Dutch, they get 5 years, and it's a condition to get tenure together with the scientific achievements. Then, so these type of legal restrictions are a pain. We also have a number of legal restrictions on how to organize English language programs. I already mentioned that we always need a Dutch-speaking equivalent, but also the use of English language courses in the Dutch language programs is limited, both on the number of students who can take up credits in another language and the amount of credits. So it's really complicated. It's a nightmare. So this is where I think we are not a good example. We've learned to work with that, and there are many ways around, but it's complicated. Yeah.
So this example is making us kind of, I'm not saying happy, but at least that we have perspective. It's not that everywhere is better than in our field, but it could be different, just different. I'm not saying that in Poland it's not complicated, but it's just a little bit different. If you face hiring somebody from abroad who is not speaking Polish, it's also problematic. There are maybe not requirements to speak Polish, but still, if you think about teaching, for instance, you might have limitation there. And
yeah, it's absolutely fair that eventually you learn to speak the language, but that could be an evaluation after some years, and if you don't manage, then there are consequences. But it's just that you cannot offer a tenured position to an esteemed colleague who had a career elsewhere, so they just don't come. When I was still dean, I had several negotiations and people just drop out because it's too complicated to deal with.
Mm-hmm. So, Wojtek, what's your perspective about, what are your expectations from our authorities, upper authorities, which would kind of make your life easier?
Yeah, we all complain on administrative barriers, yes? So visa issues and so on for non-EU members. Well, I think we also tried to use EDUP to create this, to stimulate among our scientists mobility and creativity in building new consortia, international consortia. And it slowly helps. This is a slow process, of course, because you have to change the culture, the habits of scientists, of our researchers. What I think the state can help us with is to promote somehow, ministry does it, but I think the minister can do still more in this respect concerning our trials in receiving European funds and in inviting researchers from abroad to Poland. Just one example. Some years ago, there was a program called Ideas Plus. This was the program where our ministry could grant PIs who did not receive ERC grants, but they were very, very close to receiving ERC grants. They supported the research. So building this excellence, such people could try once again or twice again and perhaps be more successful in their attempts. I think a lot depends on the universities, because as I know, foreigners coming to the university usually face problems not at the national regulation levels, but university regulation levels. So we should blame ourselves also a little bit, at least.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think there is nobody from government here. Anyone? So we are addressing, probably you only, representative. So it's, as you requested, you have a last word here.
Okay, thank you very much. So I agree that one very important issue is to provide good regulations. It's obviously one of the important tasks of the government. So now, for example, with visa policy, migration policy, we see that, of course, it's not NAVA that just implemented these regulations, but we see the consequences of these regulations. If they are too strict, then the universities have problems with candidates, real good candidates, and even with researchers with good track records if they are from outside the EU. So now, after implementing this new visa law, we see a bit change in the movement in the government, that they try to somehow a bit accommodate these new regulations to this situation. So hopefully, after this, let's say, extreme strictness, that we will somehow try to be more flexible with these regulations. The second issue is, I think, what Adam mentioned, that we need some kind of long-term policy, long-term vision. So hopefully the strategy for internationalization will provide some long-term guidelines and vision. I think we in Poland, we are not very good at long-term policies, because we always used to have, I don't know, turmoils, wars, problems. So we always tried to survive from one day to another. But now we have the longest period of really peaceful and prosperity life in Poland. So we should now really go to, of course, we have war on our eastern border, but anyway, we should try to strive for more long-term visions. And therefore, I am very happy that there are such initiatives like EDUP that gives some long-term perspective and funding for the universities. I'm very happy that there is some such initiative like European alliances of European universities. This is really, I think, a historic chance also for Polish universities. And you mentioned already that 32 of them are in the members of the alliances, in 30 alliances. And all EDUP members are in alliances, so it also shows that this is a strategic chance for us, and hopefully the Commission will propose some long-term funding and long-term rules, and we as NAVA I hope we will be able to complement some kind of programs like we have now, support for European universities. But, for example, we have the problem with spending money in the projects, because there are so many competing projects, initiatives, that, for example, in our program, Support for European Universities, we have seen that after 3/4 of the project duration, the universities have spent less than half of their budget. And we have, for example, the monitoring visits, monitoring meetings with NCBR, with the institution that provides us with funding, and they ask, hey, what about your spending money? How about your indicators? So this is also sometimes, if you are too rich, if you have too much money, then it's difficult to consume it, and it might be sometimes difficult. But generally, I think that NAVA, as you mentioned, is one part of the system. We need a systematic approach. I think generally we have gone relatively good way. We have NCN, we have NCBR, we have NAVA. Now the problem is that the most of money goes to defense sector, and it's more or less obvious, and it must be so, but research and education needs somehow more visibility and more funding, for sure.
Thank you very much. Peter, you have a comment, very short?
Yeah, because I think you touched upon a very important problematic on visa regulations. The migration policy, of course, in Europe is continuously being debated. But what we see happening, it's happening in many places, is that on top of what Europe decides, there is lots of gold plating in addition. So legislation quite often is more strict in member states than at the European level. I think we should really get rid of that and try to align much better. This is now a political statement, I guess. But furthermore, I think it's also high time that we collectively, as member states, see the advantages of aligning all the regulations in higher education much better than we have done before. For instance, in visa applications, but also in social security of young people that are very mobile. We were all voting yes for international mobility, but thinking about pension rights and so on for academics, for young researchers, is not unified, not really uniform in Europe. So that is certainly something where I think at a European level, political level, things should change. And the same holds for awarding degrees. And this is one of the things that really will drive much more internationalization of higher education if we manage to align all the regulations for awarding university degrees.
European degree program.
Yes, yes. So this is running, hopefully running in the right direction. And let's see what is happening next. But that are going to be these milestones upon which we can build a much stronger international unified European higher education area.
Great. So I am going back to Piotr, because we really need good news. And I'm telling you what type of news. I mean, every university is now on the process of looking for new students around the world. And NAVA is partially responsible for evaluation of those newcomers. And do we have any new method of evaluating to make it more faster and more effective? Any changes this year?
Well, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not from the Department of Recognition of education. It's a difficult story because we as a country, we have changed the system so dramatically that now we are catching up with regulations, with practically solving the problems. And I'm not in a position to much to say about this, but I know that my colleagues are doing all their best. They try to do their best, but it's not easy. It's not easy. We have implemented now the chat for supporting international candidates and persons who are dealing, who want to get some information about their degree or recognition of their diplomas. So we are doing some steps forward, but this is a process. This will need some time, I'm afraid.
So I personally, I can say that at least our university has very good collaboration with this, but the process is complicated. That's why I was asking that if there is any chance to speed up the process, for instance, for scientists, for postdocs, because they're just getting, I think, to the same path. And sometimes it takes, you have somebody to hire and have to wait for a month or more to get paperwork done. So that could be really helpful if you have probably students, by number. You have more students than postdocs probably coming to Poland. So they might have a little bit simpler path to the quiet visa and
there are some efforts, some negotiation process, internal negotiation within the government, how to deal with this. Because yes, I fully agree that the researcher or a PhD candidate shouldn't be treated as a, let's say, usual guy from the street who wants to immigrant, who wants to get to Poland. So there is discussion about this fast track, and as far as I know it is also postulated in the strategy. Hopefully we will be able to implement it as a country, because it's not only NAVA, it's the Ministry of Interior, this is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the consulates, etc., etc. So this is the whole system, and we are sometimes not good at providing systematic solutions, systemic solutions. So in one aspect we are good in implementing some, let's say, narrow solutions, but now we have to think about more systemic and horizontal way of implementing these immigration laws, I think.
Oh, thank you very much. A little bit hope. Peter, you want to comment maybe some clues from Belgium? How you can do it?
Yeah, I don't know about the procedure here, but in our case, we are talking about 6 months between accepting a candidate and getting every paperwork done as a default. Sometimes it goes faster, and this has to do with the fact that the file has to circulate from the Flemish level to the national level and back, and so sometimes it goes faster, and it depends very much on the country. But about degrees, once we accept somebody for a postdoc, there is no national interference, so we can make our own decisions. Not for the recognition of a degree, that's something else, and meaning the equivalence with a local degree, that's a complicated procedure, but we don't need that to hire PhD students or postdocs. So that's completely in our hands.
Right. Good. At least we have a perspective, and we are moving forward to the final question. I would like to ask you about one success and one challenge in terms of internationalization from your perspective. What is your strategic success and what is the strategic challenge you are facing right now? Who wants to start first? Wojtek?
Okay, thinking about it, I would say, yeah, let's say ERC projects, which is the measure of internationalization. We are quite successful within the last 6 years, within the EDU period. And I would like to mention that in 2 ways. First of all, our researchers are successful in receiving these projects. And the second thing, which is perhaps even more difficult to achieve by a university, is to attract laureates of this competition, which have been already granted with their ERC starting consolidated or advanced grants. And we offer them such conditions that they are eager to come to us with their grants and choose Jagiellonian University as the place to realize, to make their research, to set up their group and to continue their career here in Kraków. Yeah?
So congratulations. Now the challenge? The biggest challenge right
the
now.
challenge is that the numbers should be higher. No, seriously speaking, yeah. The challenge is, of course, we discussed today the challenges with people from QS. Yeah, and I agree. I absolutely agree that the level of internationalization is still too low. We really want to have more students, and I'm especially interested in attracting more PhD students. I think this is the problem in Poland, that the number of PhD students is still too low compared to the number of active researchers and to the number of students. For instance, at Jagiellonian University, at the University of Warsaw, the ratio between PhD students and students is around 4%. At Western universities, it's 10, sometimes even 20%. I don't know how it is. No, PhD students compared to the total number of students. And among them,
15% in our case.
15%. We have 4, yeah? And then the second number is the number of foreign students. I think we are, as Jagiellonian University, we have something like 15 to 20 international PhD students, which is the number still lower to University of Warsaw. And we would like to increase it. The number is relatively good in natural sciences, but it's still very low in other areas. So I think focusing on attracting more PhD students is very crucial for us, because these people will become researchers, active researchers, either at our university or they will go away, but being away, they will be our ambassadors, yeah?
Okay, thank you. That's a good perspective. Adam, what's your perspective on challenges and your achievement? Maybe start from achievement and then...
Okay, I can start with achievement. After those 6 years, those persons who decided to come to our university and stay with us. And they are from the US, from Germany, and they are simply just working from Australia, and they are working with us, staying with us, living with us, which is the kind of achievement that they, even though some of them came during the pandemic, they decided to stay, thought, okay, this is the country, city, system that I can live and work in. And they are successful in applying for our national and international grants, and they are building their own research teams, etc. So this is our greatest achievement. Of course, we cannot compare in ERC grants with Jagiellonian University, but this is something that, even though we are a smaller, with not such a great track, that we can be proud of. So next one is coming, so we are really happy because of this. And there are also people who are coming from abroad to our universities, which is sorry, synergy. Yeah, one great synergy. There's no one from Warsaw University. No, I cannot say so. Yeah, one. Oh, there is, sorry. So one great synergy grant. at our university, but next one is coming. Okay, so these are achievements and challenges, maybe not only from university level, partly from university level, but also from perspective of the whole system. Probably, and this conference, Go Global, is a proof of that. We are not asking any more question whether universities should internationalize, but rather how to internationalize while preserving our institutional coherence, autonomy, academic freedom, which is crucial, but also some strategic focus. So this is a kind of challenge that it is important from the state level, probably agencies like NAVA, but also every single university. So for us as a research university, it is the question with which partner or which partnerships to deepen, to which infrastructure we need to focus on more, our own and in collaboration, how to balance this openness and security, and how to remain global. We are talking about global perspective, so this globally connected while institutionally resistant.
Right, great. Great challenge in front of you, but I think it's we are facing, all of us are facing the same problems. How it's Peter? You're ready. So, what is your perspective on recent successes? You were responsible for students, yes?
Well, internationalization in the broad context.
Yeah. Okay. So, what is your biggest success recent, and what is the challenge right now?
Yeah, well, concerning student internationalization mobility, I think the unbalance that we still have between attracting international students as exchange students, but more as international students in our programs, and our students going abroad. So I think we, although the plan really was to organize a mobility window for every student during a career, we did not really manage that. And this has to do with a couple of issues, not so much about opportunities, because we came up with schemes for granting them, but there is an inclusivity issue there. So students from less privileged backgrounds are quite often very hesitant to take a stay abroad, even a shorter stay, even nearby. So I think this still is a challenge. Well, as has been mentioned a couple of times, there's no question that internationalization, this international exposure, is enhancing the quality of education. So we should not be selective in offering that opportunity to our students. So that's, I think, the challenge. Then, in a broader perspective, I think where, and that relates to the title of this session, Pathways to Excellence, I think where our university has been doing very well, and this has not been my role, but the role of several people in the management, rectors and vice-rectors and general managers over the past 2-3 decades, is to really get ourselves organized in supporting researchers to apply for funding at an international level. So this is at 2 levels. One is the Tech Transfer Office, which really helps people to reach out to partners in the private sector, from contact research to collaborative projects towards setting up spin-off companies with incentives for the researchers, and also with capital investment by the university through a special fund that was created with a couple of Belgian banks. So that's very important. And then more to the, say, basic science aspects, like the networks I've been talking about, ERC grant application supports and so on. We have a research coordination office, which is very performant and really helps researchers from the early phases of their career on to support. And that has brought us, after Brexit, I must say, to the #1 university in both in the number of projects granted by Europe in the Horizon Europe project, and also the amount of funding. So this is something that really has been an achievement of organizing ourselves well in the administrative and also content-wise support of all researchers at the university level.
So there's a lot of things to do for us. From this perspective, 1 minute for perspective of NAWA. What can you tell us about the Polish successes and challenges in terms of internationalization?
Well, generally, I remember Poland 30 years ago and now, and these are totally different countries. So we made a great, really step forward and great progress, and we should be really proud of this. And European Union, this is that we are the member of the EU. This is also a great success, and we should appreciate it. We should, especially younger generation, should be aware what kind of advantages this brings to us and stability. And so this is a great job to do. And as far as challenges are concerned, I think this internationalization, this level is still not very, it is not a very systemic process, and the level is still relatively low. And probably this issue of visibility, promotion and visibility, and building the long-term brand of Polish universities and Polish research groups abroad. Because I remember from my working at the ministry, when I dealt with Horizon 2020 at that moment, or before Horizon Europe, that our research, even our research institutes or universities, even if they are excellent, they have brilliant minds. So they are not that, let's say, recognized in the Europe, in the world. So we should strive to get into the excellent networks and to promote our job, showcase our successes, because we are still somehow underrepresented. Even if we have successes, we somehow do not popularize them. So maybe this.
I would like to thank you. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for choosing the panel like that. We have two great universities. We have also somebody from abroad, also even better, maybe university, very good university. And we have also somebody from NAWA. So thank you very much for picking up a great panel. And I have, because we have to finish, I would like to move all the questions to the dinner. But one home take message is that internationalization is a must, but we have to have a long-term perspective of that. And only long-term planning will help us to achieve the goal. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you all fantastic panelists and a very high quality discussion. What a lovely way to close the day number one. Oh, one question. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, yes. QU11, which is number 60 in the world, 24% of international students, more than 150 nationalities. QU11 has a centralized marketing team that if you go to QS website and you look at the profile of QU11, you will see a nice picture, you will see a link to talk to alumni, link for all the programs in English. So just to mention that they promote what they are. And we're talking about a number 60 in the world. Just a comment about the success of Q11.
So we are on a successful pathway to excellence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The dinner is served downstairs.